Norm fucks with people. First of all, when I say I love you, like, that's the truth. Like, you know, being around you, your energy, it's fun.
Yeah.
But I had to learn a little bit. He used to come to my house. I have like he would come to the house, and then he would say something about, like, you know, I have to use a real example. Like, I'm very anti hitting kids at all. Just, okay, I'm not, we don't have to get into it now. But so no, I don't mean, of course not.
Really going out on a limb now.
No, everyone knows that we're not, there's certain people that go, of course not abuse, but a proper spanking. I'm against that too.
Oh, you're against spanking.
Yes.
You're against spanking.
Yes, even spanking.
With children.
Well, unless it's two consenting adults, I don't really have any.
Spanking. What about when they get you and then it hits the back of your balls?
Oh. That's just all great timing, because I don't know what you meant. Because you would come there and I said something about it and you went off how it's all right, and you, for like 45 minutes, we're like, Norm, he goes, well, you know, kids, you know, and I'm like, so then he goes, I'm just kidding. Then he goes off on an hour dissertation that was so articulate and so eloquent that it was said what I felt better than I could say it, so he was just fucking with everybody for 45 minutes. You think that'll never happen again? And it did. A month later, something came up in politics. You just throw stuff out there, and then you go, nah, and then you get everyone worked up.
I'm a provocateur.
You know, with politics, it's like, yeah, I don't like to get into it that much anymore.
Yeah, let's not get into this shit, man.
Okay, buddy.
Because it's getting, I can see people not laughing now.
No, I mean, but, you know, laughter, but, you know, I know that you've gotten into a little bit of flack around it, but you're
flack around what?
Around politics.
What do you mean?
Well, just say, you know, you've said things that people have reacted to, but you're not like a political comic.
I'm not political. I've only said things on purpose to provoke people.
Right.
Once in a while.
You like doing that, though.
Once in a while.
Yeah.
But I've never. But I've never. Because I don't know enough. And because I don't respect political humor when it's nothing but gossip.
Did you see Django Unchained?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. You remember when Leonardo DiCaprio and the boys were sitting around watching the slaves fight to death?
Yeah, awful.
Yeah, awful. But isn't that what boxing is?
No.
You and your rich friends, you go to Vegas, you say, bring up those poor black people from the ghetto. In the ghetto.
I don't think that's the requirement.
And a mother cry.
I don't think that's the requirement.
What's not a requirement?
You have to be African American.
You have to be poor.
Okay. Well, it just so happens, I think. Maybe because that's a way out for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you think it's cool that rich people pay money to watch two poor people fight to the death?
Well, if they're good, they won't be poor anymore. Mayweather was one of the top paid athletes last year.
Yeah. Yeah. And he lost it all on the Jaguars.
I thought we were going over my credits, and you've lured me into a discussion. You put me on the side of the argument.
I'm trying to say,
a rich white person oppressing young black males into boxing. I don't know how I got.
I remember when we came in. It was you. Wasn't even Will. But the talk was all about David.
Is that right?
Yes.
Wow.
And I think in the first year, you proved to be the guy.
I did well. I will say
Name me another guy that had that many characters in the first year of Saturday Night Live, bar Eddie Murphy.
Well, I'll bet you Mike Myers did.
First year? Mike Myers, first year? Nothing.
Nothing.
What is your favorite project you've ever worked on?
This.
I want to talk about Del Close.
Favorite project I've ever worked on, there's tons. There's tons of them.
Yeah.
A recent one, and this is not just
so you don't understand the word favorite.
Wow. Is this called Norm's Hot Box today?
You're right.
No, but it's fine.
You're right. I feel like the guy that threw Cool Hand Luke into the
box?
Yeah. In a few words, tell us why Second City is so much better than the Groundlings or Upright Citizens Brigade.
Is it?
That's what he thinks.
He said, tell me why it is?
Yeah.
I keep getting put into this situation. Here's your argument you must defend.
I think women are hilarious.
Paul Westerberg. I do too.
Yeah, well, you haven't brought one up yet.
I haven't brought a woman up?
No, as a funny. I think women are really, really funny.
What does this have to do with the replacement? He's trying to goad me into bait me into another argument.
No,
because I have to take the side that I don't want to take.
Because you're a comedy expert, and all of a sudden you're Kurt Loder. I mean, I want to hear about comedy, and I think women are funny. And I'm tired. You do think women are funny?
This is a rather troublesome thing I've got to address. This was in Adam Eagle's dressing room. If you can read it, it says ISIS hunting permit. I said, what does this mean even? ISIS hunting permit. Everyone would want to kill ISIS. And then you said, no, I wouldn't want to kill ISIS. Does that mean ISIS hunting permit? Does that mean that this is supposed to be taken as some sort of redneck thing?
Yeah, it seems like it would be on like
Why
a
would this be a
redneck-
redneck thing?
Well, it just seems typical of something you'd see on the back of a pickup
Right,
truck.
but I said after that, I said, but no, everyone would want to kill ISIS.
The thing is that somebody would use that as permission to kill Muslims, just because they couldn't differentiate between who is ISIS and
why
who
would
is,
they not say Muslim hunting permit?
well, because they sort of look at all Muslims as being ISIS. You know, that's the problem when people want to deport all the Muslims from America. They think that they're all part of ISIS when in truth they're not.
His biggest fear is that ISIS or some terrorist group like that would get a hold of a dirty bomb and explode it over a major city within the United States and kill tens of millions of people. Because then the blowback against innocent Muslims would be absolutely terrible. Were you surprised by Brexit?
I was surprised by Brexit. Thank
You
you
were,
for
huh?
asking. Yes,
I wasn't surprised.
You saw it coming?
It took me a long time to understand what it stood for. Do you know?
Yeah, I don't remember.
To you. I'll whisper.
Good God.
I'm whispering.
No, all right, I'm listening. I'm trying to listen. Okay.
England's not doing well financially.
Right.
Can't you get you call them your mates? They're friends.
Yeah.
Everybody else in the world, they call them mates.
Sure.
Get a couple of dozen of your mates and go down to that Buckingham Palace and kill the old bag.
To what end?
It's money.
Right. Are you an old sea captain? What is this shtick that you? Because I'm pretty sure I've watched some of these other editions of the show, and I'm pleased to see that I've broken from the rule of only having white blokes on the show, which seems to be you only have white men and Roseanne
Because it's supposed to be a comedy.
Right.
But
It's supposed to be.
it's supposed to be. It's alleged.
There's something about Norm MacDonald that every time he opens his mouth, I laugh. I don't know. It's just the style. It's the type of thing you can ask him anything. I mean, you remember from Saturday Night Live, and he anchored Weekend Update, and then did some OJ thing and got taken off by, what's the guy's name who took you off? I don't know. You don't remember either, yeah. Anyway, aside from having the same birthday as me, you got problems. You're wearing eyeglasses, and the reason
Wearing
is
eyeglasses
why?
because I swam for 2 days and got chlorine in my eye, and then I don't know, man. I thought I had allergies at first, but now I go, no, this feels like chlorine, like it burned my eye or something. I don't know if can actually happen.
Yeah.
I'll have to check the computer. I Google, computer MD, and then he tells me.
Is that the way it works?
That's what I do now, because I'm a bit of a hypochondriac, so.
Well, it makes life easy.
I'll go, and I'm reaching the age where, when you're young, you go, hey, man, my left arm hurts. Let's go, I'll have some soup. But then when you're older, you go, oh, my left arm. So it's probably nothing, but I could be having a massive heart attack.
Well, if you did, that'd be great publicity for the show.
Oh, I don't have one now.
Oh, if you're going to do it here. Well, look, everybody'd be talking about you. I get the publicity. It would work.
Yeah, yeah, it would in a cynical world it would work.
If you had to do a show right this minute, can you just turn on a dime and do it?
A comedy show on what?
Well, you're here at no, forget me. You're at Cobb's right now.
I can do it. Yeah,
you can do it. You just turn yourself on and off.
Yes, sir.
Can we turn up the volume a little?
Am I not talking loud enough?
There you go. No, there you go. So, what happened to your sports gig? That wasn't a bad show, and
that's fun, man. Because I knew about sports, and so it was fun to do something like. Because when I did Weekend Update and we did politics, I don't know anything about politics.
Oh yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Why? Because you're Canadian?
Because it doesn't interest me. It's gossip. It's like reality show to me. Like if I watch, sometimes I'll turn it on, and I feel like a moron. Like a guy's going like there's a politician that I'm supposed to back or something, and he's like, I'm like, I'm going to watch him. And then he goes, we got to get America working again. And I go, okay, I'm a moron. Okay.
So you don't vote?
This is my guy.
Well, you're an American citizen, right?
No.
No, you're still Canada? Who's the Prime Minister of Canada? I don't know. Don't look at me.
It's so inconsequential. Even when you're a Canadian, you rarely remember. Because it doesn't really... it's much more, if you're a Canadian, it's much more important to know the President of the United States than the Prime Minister of Canada.
And to know everybody on a hockey team.
Yeah.
Stephen Harper. I just got
That's his name, Stephen Harper.
Stephen Harper.
Conservative from the West Coast.
The West Coast being what, Vancouver or something like that?
Maybe Alberta. I think it's Alberta.
Did you sleep last night?
I haven't slept like about 3 days. I've been very tired. Why, did I sound tired or something?
Yeah, it could have fooled me, yeah.
Well, I thought maybe I was getting a cold. I'm not sure. I had a sore throat.
That's that. Did I shake your hand?
I was warning everyone not to.
Yeah, I'm paranoid. I don't.
No, I am too. I'm like always that. So I thought it was just allergies with the chlorine. I don't know. I may be having like a cold or some gross thing.
You think?
I don't know. I haven't been sleeping very well. I've been sleeping, but like,
it's a shame we don't have a sleep train to add this hour. I could have helped you with that.
Yeah, sleep what?
Yeah, Sleep Train. It's a sponsor of ours.
Oh, Sleep Train.
A Sleep Train. Yeah, and they have all these different mattresses.
Oh, mattresses. I got a mattress.
You got a mattress?
Yeah, I got the hardest mattress there was in the store.
What was that?
I don't know what it's called. It was a mattress store I went to, and the guy said, "What do you like? This." He goes, "Would you like try a harder one?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "What about the hardest one of all?" I go, "Yeah." So that one was really cool. I go, "I'll get this."
And it's worked out?
Man.
Doesn't seem to have.
It's like sleeping on the floor.
Is it really? Why don't you just sleep on the floor? It's cheaper.
Well, I would, but people tell me, I don't know, people tell me I shouldn't, and I think if I roll around in a fetal position, it'd be a lot of pressure on my skeleton against the hard floor. It might be really too hard.
Well, you could get a pillow for that. That's a lot cheaper. Go back to the sports show. Why'd they cancel it?
I don't know. I think
they said low numbers, but I read that you were getting like a million a night. That wasn't bad.
It was good. Yeah, we had good numbers. I don't know why they didn't. I think they thought, well, I mean, there is a right thinking to when something has sports in its title, no woman will watch. Therefore, you cut the audience in half instantly, which is a bad mistake.
That's not really true. A lot of women who love sports.
But no, there's not. No, not that'll watch it.
Oh, yeah.
No, well, that's not what the numbers showed.
Really?
No, the vast majority of women didn't. Even when, like in testing, they'd show the show, and then women and men would like it equally, you know what I mean? But they were forced in testing to watch it. But in the thing, when it says sports on it, the lady wants to turn it to a different channel. We're much more old-fashioned than you think.
Be honest with me on something. Would you be honest with me on something?
Yeah, of course.
Because I don't care. It's California. I'm not just really. You ripped it all?
Ripped? Mm-hmm. You mean steroids?
No.
Oh, no. Drip? No. God, no.
Then you're just tired. Then you're just tired? I mean, you just come off like you're just enjoying life too much. Just kind of.
Oh, no.
Kind of rolling with
God.
it.
I'm not enjoying life. I'm either sick, I'm taking NyQuil.
NyQuil's like taking drugs.
Well, it is kind of.
Yeah, they got alcohol in there.
Yeah, I know, and I don't handle alcohol at all. But, it makes you sort of like... it takes away your stuffed up nose.
You know what helps?
At the expense of being like sort of lightheaded.
Ice Cold Studio helps.
It is ice cold in the studio.
Trying to help.
I said I should have because I just came from L.A. where it was deadly
It's
hot.
like 100 degrees there.
Yeah, it was insane. So,
Well, this is our heat wave. It's going to be like 86. Lloyd said 86 today in the
that's
city.
gonna be cold. That is going to be very cold.
That's cold.
Yeah, yeah.
No, 86 is.
I'm down by the water, so it should be cold there.
I can imagine doing this.
Also, I think my voice is real low, like because I'm so nasal for my thing. That's what I think. That's why you think I'm ripped, because I realize I'm so nasal. I'm kind of slurring, and I gotta get more energy. But the energy will be very false because I'm so breathless.
Would you rather be doing the show, or would you rather be me having to do the interview? 808-0810 if you want to have fun with Norm.
That's the eternal question.
Ain't it ever? 808-0810, Ron Owens, KGO.
It's great values week at Safeway. That means great prices and amazing products. Don't miss our...
One time I remember I was a little kid, I was like 8 years old, and I was behind my garage. I was sneaking a cigarette back there, and my dad caught me. I'll never forget it. And he grabbed me, and he hauled me in, and I thought I was in for the strapping of my life, you know? What he did is he pulled out this giant cigar. Must have been half the size of my arm, this big cigar. Stuck it in my mouth, lit it up, made me smoke it all the way through, right to the end. That's when I started smoking cigars real heavy.
That, of course, is Norm MacDonald. Now, how would you did you hear yourself just now?
Yeah.
You think you sound the same?
No, I don't sound anything like that. That was when I was like young, and I was like, when I did my act, I was like in dead fear. So like my voice would like go octaves up. You know what I mean?
In fear of what? People not liking it?
I don't know. No, I didn't really care if people liked it. I think when I have this thing where if I'm afraid if I go on stage, I'll have a big heart attack and croak, and then I always think that.
You do?
Yeah.
Again, it'd be good publicity for the club. I mean, you're going to be where? You're going to be over at Cobb's this week.
Cobb's,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, we good. Help them out a little bit. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. No, I don't. I have nothing against being a martyr.
All right.
For comedy, for free speech.
I'm gonna need help on this. 808-0810. Folks, you help interview him. Okay? Let's have fun. Rachel, San Jose, start it off. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Ron. I just wanted to tell you, Norm, that I've loved you for so long, and I really love the roast you did for Bob Saget. That was just some of the funniest comedy I think I've ever seen.
Oh, you're sweet.
Saget's a friend. I like him.
Saget's a good guy.
Where was the roast on, Rachel? I never saw it.
I think it was Comedy Central, and
really?
It was so great. If you could play a clip of it, I don't know if you can, but
I can't, but Chris Hernandez can.
He was roasting the roast. It was just so funny.
Ah, all right. Do you remember any of it, Norm?
Yeah.
Yep. What do you remember?
I did a roast of Bob Saget, and why? You have a clip of it?
No, we will get one.
Oh, he said there was a clip.
I think we're gonna go. Where are you going with this?
No, I was just wondering if there was a clip.
All right, no.
No, I instead of just me explaining it, but it was supposed to be, these roasts you're supposed to like insult people and be real dirty and stuff
right.
like that. So instead of doing that, I got a book that my dad gave me when I was a little boy. It was called like 101 Insults to Tell People at a Retirement Party. So I got all my jokes out of that book.
You did, huh?
Yeah, and then and none of them were dirty at all. They were like.
I'm going to give it one more shot. How'd you get the Saturday Night Live gig? If you were you were the guy that was afraid and your voice would rise, how'd you get the gig?
I don't know. I just went to Lauren. They like my stand-up, and then they said, come in and do 2 characters and 2 impressions. And I said, I don't got nothing.
And that was it?
Yeah, that was it. I said, I'll go on as a writer because I said, I'm not going to the audition because I don't know how to do characters or impressions.
Here's what we're going to do. I've said it before and I'll say it to your face, I love you. You make me laugh like crazy. I will plug where you're going. You're going to be at Cobb's tonight, 8 and 10:15, Saturday, 8 and 10:15, Sunday, 8 o'clock. Don't be upset with me. We're done, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Noah. I love you. Cool. I like you. Next time. We'll catch you next time.
Okay, baby. That was
500
fun.
new business cards. That's 500 first impressions.
At Staples, we know you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks. That's real nice. Does this work? Does this sound?
We.
It doesn't sound like much.
I know it doesn't sound like much because we're like.
Where are my cans?
No.
I don't get cans.
No cans for you.
God damn.
This. No, you don't work with cans on your
they
show.
don't know what cans mean.
No, of course.
Can you
Well,
explain to the folks.
You would call them headphones, but in the 1950s radio, we called them cans. Norm MacDonald has a show that premieres on Netflix Friday, September 14th. And I know you're out doing some publicity. Were you able to get any? Was anybody paying attention to what's going on here?
Run.
Well, isn't it always funny when whoever it is ends up in the barrel for a little while? I mean, when it's not you, it's always really, really interesting that suddenly the press is paying attention to you, you know?
You mean that's a good thing?
Yes. Well, I wonder, do you view it as a good thing? Or
No. I've never believed that all press is good press thing because of Hitler. I feel it hurt his career.
You know what the thing is, like with everybody, it worked for a while. You know what I mean?
Right,
for a while, like people are like, hey, I'm hearing a lot about you, Hitler.
Yeah.
And then it turns bad. You know?
Yeah.
But it always does turn bad at some point, no matter who the person is. Everybody has to be that guy for a while.
I suppose. What are you saying? I'm that guy?
You're that guy for at least a couple days and it'll go away.
Yeah.
But you have to today with social media be in lockstep with the mob. That's the thing. You know?
You're saying that's a good thing.
No, it's the only way to survive. We're we're antelopes in the jungle. And you just want to move, find out where the lion is. That's, and then move in the other direction.
Well, what do you feel, Ron? The conventional wisdom always used to be, if you do something wrong, then you apologize, you show contrition, and the public forgives you. Now that's out the window.
Right.
And now Trump said it to his friend apparently the other day. Deny, deny, deny. So the people who've done bad things just deny it. And that's their own, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Right.
You know what I mean? By the way, I never did anything bad.
That's the perfect angle to have.
Yeah.
And I'm as outraged as everyone else, and let's keep moving along.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's
Of
really
course I'm
funny
outraged.
about this? I've seen a couple episodes. They sent me a couple episodes of your show. It's the exact opposite of controversial. It's a really funny, sweet show. You're on there. I watched the Jane Fonda one. Probably the most controversial person of our lifetime.
Sure.
And yet it was just a fun, sweet half hour.
Yeah. I'm not, I'm not interested in that. Yeah, that's the funny thing is that I have no interest in politics or, I'm just a clown. You know what I'm saying? And what I think happened was, Jon Stewart, who was a great friend of mine and still is, wonderful comedian, fantastic comedian, and became a political figure of not inconsiderable weight in this country, for the good, I think, But he was a very peculiar, he had massive intellect, strong viewpoint, well-informed, and funny. Hard to find those, And he had a fantastic show. But what he spawned, sometimes original geniuses spawn a bunch of fucking shit.
Right.
And so suddenly every talk show had to be, every talk show host had to be a political pundit, And the last time I did the Jimmy Fallon show, Donald Trump was the host, and I was the guest rather, and Jimmy mussed up his hair, Jimmy Fallon.
Right.
And I remember we were watching from backstage, and we're like, oh, didn't think anything of it. And then it was a big thing. How dare Jimmy Fallon muss up as if Jimmy Fallon is Tim Russert. Or,
yeah.
It's not a not a timely reference since he died 15 years ago. But he's no Douglas Edwards. So I said, well, that's Jimmy. It's absurd, you know?
Yeah.
And you know, and I didn't watch Johnny Carson. I was too young. But I don't think Johnny Carson addressed Vietnam or Watergate, you know? Things way bigger than nowadays. But that's the way comedy is turned. So, and it's fine, you know? But I'm no good at it because I don't know anything about politics. And so, yeah, it is a little ironic. I don't like using the word ironic because it turns out I always use it wrong.
Sure, yeah.
But you know, we you know, Ted Sarandis, who's the head of the Netflix, and became a friend of mine in the unlikeliest of ways. But I talked to him all the time about the show. And I said, Ted, I want to give you a show that people can watch 10 years from now. You know, I really, and I do that with my specials also. You know, I don't do very many specials, but I want them to be about themes that will live on. And you know, I don't want to make fucking Murphy Brown. And, you know, because those Dan Quayle jokes.
Yeah.
Not so funny.
Although she's back now.
She's back now,
back.
yes. And I think it'll work because now sitcoms have turned into this. You know, when I was a kid, a sitcom would have once in a while a very special episode of Family Ties. And everybody would make jokes about it. And now a sitcom, every motherfucking episode is special.
Yeah, Anybody could die at any time if you're on TV. No one is spending their money if they're on a TV show.
That's like Lenny Clark, I remember.
Yeah.
He got the show Lenny.
Yeah.
Funniest motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know Lenny. And we were at the Montreal Comedy Festival. I met him. And everybody had their 5 minutes of going up on stage, trying to get the perfect 5 minutes. And meanwhile, none of the agents or managers were there. They were all at strip clubs. And so then at night, everybody's there at the Delta Hotel, and Lenny Clark would just be running around the room, you know, grabbing the telephone, going, hey, it's the president of show business. He wants to talk to you over here. And then he got the show.
Yeah.
But his agent told him to buy a giant house, you know, because so he bought a big fucking giant house, and he told me he got he paid two what do you call it, mortgage?
Yeah.
So well, I'm doing. He paid 2 months of his mortgage, and then he had to sell his house.
Yeah.
But he's a good guy, Lenny Clark. Goddamn. I just seen him. You seen him? You know?
No, I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, he's one of the best.
He was like, one of the best, just naturally funny guys, right? But I saw him. He was dressed real nice. I said, God damn, you look good. You lost weight and shit. He goes, I married rich.
Norm MacDonald.
I like you, by the way, a lot, Ron.
Thank you very much.
Your show. I've always been a fan.
Norm MacDonald has
I don't know if you
a
remember
show.
meeting me or not, but go ahead.
No, I don't remember meeting you.
Okay.
Where?
It was at the Boston Catch a Rising Star.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. The New York Catch a Rising Star. My apologies. But go back to your paper.
No. I just suddenly is everybody impressed that I don't remember meeting Norm? They're like, hey.
By the way, this is his paper.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. the same guy who set up the sound for this room gave me this paper. I'm going to bring this up, though, because, you know, now we're ball busting a little bit.
Yeah.
When you had Jane Fonda on and you have your little blue cards, you had a little shake going. You were a little nervous.
I get nervous as a
motherfucker. Do you really?
Oh, fuck yeah.
I was really, really surprised to see that.
Yeah.
So you're a giant fan of hers.
Yeah. You know how it is like anybody that was a celebrity before I got in show business.
Exactly right.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
And then anybody since, they could be the biggest star in the world. I go, what the fuck do I care?
That is 100% true. I've had that experience so many times here. But
I talked to OJ one time. He's like, and he said, you know, they're still the haters.
Yeah.
But he said 99% of people love the juice.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, he's not lying.
Yeah.
He's not lying. Because, you think if you saw the juice, maybe you think, I know I wouldn't, that you go up to him, yeah, you murderer, people don't do that.
No.
That takes a special type of person. What you do is like, selfie!
Yeah.
So in his head, he thinks everybody likes him.
Yeah. Well, I was, obviously when he played football, he was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then I didn't follow much after that.
Oh, you
so,
did?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I didn't keep up with the
So
news.
when you're asked, you say the only thing he's guilty of is being the best running back in the history of the NFL, as far as I know.
Adam is here with you today.
Adam Egan, my trusty sidekick.
He is your sidekick, and Adam, here's Mike. Your part of the desk is just a little lower than everyone else's.
Oh, sorry. That was a very nice touch. Yeah, the kids' table.
Yeah.
We gave him a smaller.
So, how have you felt about the last week of publicity? you were inside and outside at the same time.
Oh, you mean the last day of publicity?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Norm just did Stern, and I think he said everything he needed to say, and that he truly believes and feels, and all the people that are close to him know, that he just doesn't have the capacity to feel certain ways that I'm hearing conveyed on Twitter and some other places, and I think that Norm really did a great job. You did a great job clearing the air today.
I never got into comedy to hurt anyone's feelings.
Yeah.
And sometimes people go at a show, they'll go, please attack my brother, make him feel like a piece of shit, because it's his wedding day.
Yeah.
And I go, I don't really like to do that. And then one time I did this roast for Bob Saget, and it became a sort of a thing because I didn't do roast jokes because I don't like insulting people, and I certainly never got into show businesses to ever hurt anybody, and it just made me really, really sad when this thing happened, where you just ask question after question after question, and then I guess I slipped up and maybe said something that people took wrong, but I apologized to them, and it's the last reason I want to be on this earth.
Sure. And this kind of backlash happens so fast now because of social media. And Adam, I know you've been involved with the Comedy Store for a long time, but when Louis jumped up at the Comedy Cellar the other night, a couple weeks ago, the Cellar's taken a lot of heat from people who are not necessarily customers.
Right.
People on, the other side of the country or whatever. And we didn't, we never had that kind of thing happen before.
No.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I did not know this, and maybe you do. Comedians have gone up against Louis.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to some
comedians have said this guy should not be able to ever perform again.
Yeah, I taught. They all come.
If you're a murderer, I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry. But if you're a murderer, you go to jail, and they let you off, 20 years later, and you try to get a job as a busboy. And if the guy says, I'm not hiring that guy, he murdered, and you go, but he did his penance, and now you give him a job. That's the humane thing to do. And people go, well, what about the murdered person? And you go, well, of course, he got worse.
Yeah.
The guy that lost his life, he's doing worse. But it doesn't mean you can't forgive, or it's impossible to forgive. I also don't feel anyone owes me an apology in public. I think personally that you owe an apology to anybody that you did ill to. You owe an apology to people that your actions hurt in a financial way or an emotional way. but nobody owes me an apology, you know.
So that's where your shock about comedians comes from.
Yeah, because I don't understand why they're so. You know, I guess I just don't understand how there can be no rules. You know, if the rules are drawn out and set down, then that's one thing. But you know, I always thought the audience would decide whether you're an objectionable comic or even a good comic. You know, and so Louis went up here at the Comedy Cellar, and the audience let him know. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, but if the audience don't like him, then the club won't book him. I mean, that's how things work. And you know, just because your heart can break for more than one person at the same time, you know, and a person can do a bad thing, and you can feel sorry for that person while feeling worse for the person that had the bad thing done to them. This is all so self-evident. It's hard for me to unpack, but I wanted to use the word unpack.
Well, you know, we also always think of comedians being 100% free speech and stuff like that. And I don't know whether you followed this at the New Yorker Festival, but they had Steve Bannon booked to come in and do an interview, and all the big comedians said, I'm not going to be there if somebody interviews Steve Bannon. And, you know, and it wasn't a thing of, hey, we're giving an award to Steve Bannon, but it was a chance for somebody from the New Yorker to interview him, and who knows what direction that would have went into. But people like Judd Apatow and I'm trying to think of who, Patton Oswalt I know was in it, and even Jimmy Fallon, they all said, well, we won't perform. We won't come and do the panel. And I'm always surprised by that angle.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel, my brother's a foreign correspondent, and he did a 4-year documentary on neo-Nazis, and he interviewed all the neo-Nazis in the world, from the Ernst Zundel all the way up to David Irving, and he didn't become a Nazi, you know, at all.
Right.
And so I think people go, you know, I certainly wouldn't be a Nazi by hearing this, but Americans, you know, other than me, Americans are just people that will believe whatever they hear, and I think that's nonsense, you know. I think that if there was a Nazi, a person could go watch him because it seems like an entertaining thing, you know. Just the same way you listen to a guy screaming on the corner of the street. You stop and listen to him.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I would agree with you, except for I learned from your show that Adam was in a cult for 3 years. So I guess some people are easily molded.
I just want to stress it was not a Nazi cult.
You know, these cult leaders, they have a good gig going.
Yeah, yeah.
And they all fall for the same trap, which is they start fucking everybody.
Yeah.
And if you just,
not in that cult either.
you know, you have a good life.
Yeah.
People show up, they give you all your worldly
everything.
goods. You got all the money, and then you start having sex with the ladies. Then, drunk with power, you're not even gay. You start having sex with the men as well, and you know, and then people go, hey, I was watching Fred fuck your wife the other day, and I was thinking, any chance he's not Jesus?
So, are you still with the store?
Oh
And-
yeah, definitely.
So, when you,
by the way, I'm sorry,
go ahead.
but I love stand-up comedy so much. Adam made the store great.
Yeah,
it was in real tough
Yeah.
shape, and he really single-handedly turned it around. So.
It was a group effort, but thank you, Norm.
Well, yeah, I would have thought the room would have applauded. But I guess,
No,
I guess
they
we're
don't.
on the East
We're on
Coast.
the East. I was just going to say we're in New York.
Well,
I think the cellar is the closest.
Yeah.
And God, I love the guys at the stand. They do great work. Like I think that New York and L.A. I mean, there's really. It's always been New York and L.A. for them.
Right, they're different though.
Yeah, they're
as you
wildly
always say.
But would you be in a position if somebody controversial said that was a big name, I want to go on?
Well, Roseanne was scheduled to come in
Yeah.
last week, and she didn't show up. I know she's going through.
You're not helping.
Well, I'm.
Yeah.
I think that I agree with a lot of what you guys have said about free speech, and I'm a strong believer in, especially in comedy. I mean, it's the last. It seems like the last place that you can truly have some, free speech, or should, and good God, it's comedy. I mean, people are trying to you're trying to make people laugh, and it's unfortunate when all the outrage is over that.
And this has happened for so long.
Yeah.
I remember when I was starting out, Andrew Dice Clay was a
Yes.
big thing. And I remember talking to Kinnison because he didn't like being compared to Andrew, you know what I mean? And I thought he had the perfect line. He called Andrew a stag act. That was like the perfect description. But people would be women. Oh my God, I can't believe what he said. I said, and I go, well, he just said he fucked Mother Goose.
Yeah. So there's no one, Adam. You wouldn't put? Would you put Cosby up?
No, I personally wouldn't
Yeah.
put Cosby up. Luckily, it's not I don't own the club.
Yeah.
And luckily I don't have to make that call.
But if
wouldn't.
they put Cosby up, what would you do that night?
I would do nothing. I need to make a living.
Oh,
if they
boy.
decide that's their club,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
That was
put
the
Cosby.
Nuremberg defense. I think.
By the way, doesn't Adam have one of the best speaking voices
Oh, it's
that you've
beautiful.
ever? Just literally.
It's like Welsh. It's
Yes,
like,
it's amazing.
Richard
You
Burton,
should be, yes, you
Dylan
should-
Thomas.
Yeah, you should be doing poetry on stage.
I disagree, but thank you.
So, how did you guys come together with this show? How did this?
We've been friends for a long time. I met him at Tempe Improv, which was the best club in the country in my mind. I mean, I don't like theaters. I like comedy clubs, and he was the manager there, and then he moved to LA, and we were friends. And when I said at a talk show, I said it'd be fun to do. I like the sidekick paradigm from when I was a kid little boy watching Johnny Carson. And it's funny, that you got this guy and then the sidekick sort of avers to the host and is a little scared of him. But it's all playful. Yeah. And I said, but what if you just got a guy and amplified that and just fucking abused him mercilessly? And so that's why I didn't want to get a comedian. I didn't want anybody that would blow back at me. And but an interesting thing happens because it's me, Adam, and the guest, and it's some sort of sociology experiment because within 10 minutes, Judge Judy is fucking calling him an idiot. You know what I mean? Like people, you got a bully and a bullied. Yeah. And a third person goes, I'll go with the bully.
Yeah. Well, that we learned in school, right? In like first grade, like even if you weren't a bully, it's better to be like, hey, that kid is fucking weird looking. That's true.
That is true,
That's the way that you get comfortable in life. So, well done, Adam. Well, just well done.
How do you get comfortable? Say that part again.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, like, even if you're not the bully, it's great to know someone else is being bullied because that gives you your own safety net.
Oh yeah, right. Right.
So
there's a trick stand-up comedians do. I was thinking of writing a book, How to Be a Stand-Up Comedian no comedy necessary. Because I would go around at clubs, you know, and I go, that guy looks familiar. Yeah, he was the bouncer last week, you know.
Yeah.
And they just watch and they learn the tricks. But one is this mob control. You know, I don't know a lot of the tricks. I wish I did, but like you'll take a guy in the front row, look at this guy with the hat, you know, the fucking hat, and so everybody else in the fucking crowd goes, "Oh my god, I got a hat here too." So I don't want to be pointed out, so I'll fucking also jump on this guy, and it's just these little mob control techniques that these alleged stand-up comedians use.
Well, there are. I mean, occasionally you will meet the comedian who wasn't the funny guy in his neighborhood. You know what I mean? He's a guy who works real hard and probably would have made it in any business because he works real hard, but he just happened to have picked comedy.
Yes.
But you don't want to be stuck in this situation with that guy. You know what I mean? Because it's always about his prepared stuff.
That's different from being a funny person, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That you learn it. Yeah. This is what I always thought about the Harvard Lampoon or the National Lampoon. When I was a boy, Mad Magazine we would read. I'm sure you did.
Yes.
Cracked and Sick and all those Mad Magazine types, and then move on to National Lampoon. And it's kind of sad to me that kids don't have that anymore. They have The Onion, but that's just the headline. But anyways, it was sort of the way you grew up, and I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
It's about being funny, naturally funny.
That when I went to Saturday Night Live, I got to meet some of these geniuses from my youth reading comedy. So it was Michael O'Donoghue, and there was Steve O'Donnell, and there was Jim Downey. And God damn, these guys were fucking geniuses. So, and it's because they went to Harvard, like Jim Downey, a very good friend of mine. He went to Harvard, and he took Russian literature. And he was so fucking smart, this guy, you know, so smart that he decided to learn Russian so he could understand the Russian literature better. So, 20 minutes later, he learned Russian. So then on his off time, and this is what I heard from all the guys there at the time, on the off time, they go over to the Harvard Lampoon and scribble a story, and it was hysterical, and those guys, Conan was one of those guys. And then Harvard became a place where it was like, I'm going to go to Harvard to be a comedy writer.
Right.
And that's where...
Yeah.
That's where everything went off the tracks. Because when I first got to L.A., everybody in every writing room was a Harvard guy, and I remember telling my agent, I go, I can't talk to a fucking Harvard guy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I got 8th grade education. What the fuck am I going to say? I thought it'd be so funny I wouldn't be able to understand their jokes, and then I met them, and they're just rich. I didn't know that's the way it worked.
Yeah.
But they became professional, and they weren't funny, but they studied it.
Right. They had the humor math down.
The humor math down. Yeah. But I remember Tommy Lasorda telling me, he said, we can teach anything in baseball. We can teach, but one thing we can't teach is speed. And I feel that sometimes with comedy.
Right.
You can learn every trick, every haiku, but you're either funny or you're not.
Yeah.
You can't learn that.
And I always prefer people that are just, they can't do anything else but this,
And that's what these old guys, we had a guy on a sitcom once, and his name was Jerry Belson, and he was, you'll see his credit with Gary Marshall's on The Odd Couple. And he come in and he just pitched jokes. And then, everything's about story now. Well, what about the guy's got to have feelings for the girl? It's all these love stories and everything. You go, because he had The Odd Couple. He goes, we had two guys. One was messy, one was neat. they needed to get laid, we had the pigeon sisters upstairs. So, but he said that everybody thought he was crazy. Like literally, if you said you were a comedy writer, people are like, "What the fuck? That doesn't exist."
Yeah.
You know, now it's what are you gonna? You know, is someone gonna be a lawyer, a doctor, a comedy writer?
Right.
You know,
because all those jobs lead to producing, and that's what the Harvard kids are thinking about. Is like, I can have 2 or 3 of these shows going, and I can be incredibly rich.
Sure.
And you're like, yeah, but what?
And I'm sure you've been in comedy rooms many times. The head writer is never the funniest writer. He's the political guy that can talk to the network. And naturally, actual comedy writers by nature are isolates and not very good socially, so they don't rise up to make the money, but they tell the jokes that the rich guys use.
Well, the entire time on SNL, you were pretty much a contrarian. You didn't seem like you were playing the political game very well at NBC. Like when people would say, "Don't do OJ jokes," you'd give them 3 or 4 that night.
I did what Lorne Michaels told me to do. Lorne Michaels was my boss, and Lorne Michaels hired me, and I would never do anything that Lorne didn't say. There were people that I was very naive, and there were people hanging around the hallways in blue suits. I thought they were pages. And turned out they were super powerful people. But they wouldn't introduce themselves, so they go like, and everything. You need to tell me something straight out. I don't know nuance. I have dog whistles for racism.
Yes,
you got to straight out tell me, you're a racist. You need to use a whistle. You need to, and even whistles I don't hear. Anyways, so but they would tell me, you guys should lighten up, maybe on the OJ joke, and I go, thanks. Can you get me a cup of coffee? Because I thought they were pages.
Right.
I didn't know. So, but Lauren was my boss, and anything that Lauren said, I did. I did that with all my bosses. They own the cameras, and I'm not stupid enough to think that I should be allowed to do anything on television, or anything or anywhere. Like people always like to ask comedians, like, is there anything off limits? And I always think that most things are off limits. At least for me, most things are off limits.
Until you can find that really funny thing about it that everybody would enjoy, because there are topics that are so off limits, and then I see somebody come up with something, and I go, well, that's brilliant. You know what I mean? Right. You say, oh, there could be a cancer joke, but then sometimes you see somebody pulls off a cancer joke that a guy with cancer is going, that's amazing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Thank you. You nailed it.
Right.
But it has to be that joke. You have to be that good at it. And
it's often not a joke about cancer. It's often a joke about
the experience of
anything. It could be anything. It could be a joke about pride, or it could be a joke about shame. It just happens to have cancer in it, But that's what's so hard is people ask you to defend these offensive jokes, and usually the offensive jokes are fucking the worst joke you've ever heard.
Right? Yeah. So they missed.
Yeah. You don't really want to.
Well, you brought that up after the first guy does it. Everybody thinks, let's go there. That happened, I think, with Kinnison, where he was doing, religious material, but people didn't realize his background was amazingly, religious, and he found spots that everybody could go, oh, that's really, really funny, because he knew what the hell he was talking about.
That's really true.
Yeah.
And I remember, and the agenda of the joke was being funny, which I think has to be the first thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, his religious stuff is the funniest stuff because it's not about, making fun of evangelists.
Right. But it was also, I always
edge.
thought his stuff was like Jesus having to put up with us.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
that was
always the funniest part of that joke, that he would be screaming at us. And I could fucking totally get that.
Of course.
I can't imagine how frustrating It must have been.
And the lepers, you know, or the blind coming in to be healed, and he's like,
"Can I have a moment to myself?" Everybody was bothering him wherever he went. How did you get the guests for this Netflix show that you have? Because it's a pretty amazing group of people that you're able to pull together.
Yeah. Strangely, I became friends with Ted Sarandos. There's only, you know, I don't have that many friends. And Ted was real nice to me, and we shared a lot of interests and stuff. And he wanted me to do something. And I wrote a book, and he read the book. You know, what guy reads any book? But anyways, he liked it, and I was so blown away by that he took the time. And then he said I was his favorite comic. And I said, how about you give me $20 million?
We know you got it. We read the papers.
But turns out he's also a businessman. But so he wanted me to do something, maybe make that book into a movie. And we were trying to figure out what I could do, you know, because I can't do much. And then Letterman came in for his own show and said Norm should do a talk show, you know. And then I said, well, Letterman knows everything. You know, I should go with him. And but it's a talk show. Letterman's been of such help to me because he knows what I can do and what I can't, you know. And so he gave me so much great advice for the show. And he even said, like he said, I'm not giving you advice on how to be a great interviewer because you'll never be able to do that. But so he goes, a lot of this advice is going to be completely counter to what a broadcaster or an interview such as yourself should do. And he said, just make it a conversation. And
it's the most casual thing I've ever seen on TV. You guys come walking out together. You offer a beverage. You kind of start the show halfway through. So it really is. It seems like it's everything that I see on TV, especially with talk shows, is so overly rehearsed and done. It's very, very tight.
Right.
But yours has enough breathing room that something could happen. Doesn't always happen, but it could happen.
Right, it could.
Yeah.
Laura Jo, I don't know where Laura Jo is, but she was kind of the brains behind the idea of the show. And I've been working with her for 20 years or so, and she was saying, like, every time you do a talk show, the people always ask the same thing. They go, except for my father. Something just occurred to me. The first time I ever did Letterman, the other guy, it was me and a guy that made potato chips that looked like presidents. Like one looked like Richard Nixon, sort of. Not that much. Looked more like a potato chip. But anyways, my mother was like, oh, how proud she was of me. And she goes, oh, your dad wants that. And my dad's like, did you get to meet that guy with the chips? But anyways, what I was going to say was, what was I going to say?
Laura Jo.
Oh, no, that Laura Jo said, you know what everybody asks you all the time, and I'm sure you've heard this, is what goes on in the commercials. You know, what does Letterman talk to you about? You know, and so she said, we should have that show, but also the show behind the show. So, you know, we don't have commercials, but people need to have breathing room. So we say we'll take a break, and then we just tape that, and then
it's so.
And I almost got Spade because Spade is the guy I really wanted to get, and so he told me a story during the break, and I said, "Okay, we're back. Tell that story." And then he almost did, but there's something inside him that's candy enough to have not fallen for it.
You know what? One of my favorite moments was too is you were talking about Letterman. You know, do you ever hop up? And he said he couldn't because of nerves, and you brought up nerves. And then you told an amusing thing about Jay, how comfortable Jay Leno is, and you saw such joy in Dave's eyes laughing about Jay that you know there's still something between those two guys, you know, because that's been the big strange divorce of our whole lives.
It sure has. And, you know, I wanted to get Dave and Jay together for the show, and almost did it, but didn't turn out that way. But hopefully in season 2, we'll get Jay.
Well, you could see that it's there's something there, particularly as you get older. You're like, who gives a shit anymore? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like I've seen that happen so many times. With people in my family who weren't talking, and then all of a sudden they're older and they're like, I don't even fuck it. You know what I mean?
Right. Old man.
Yeah.
It's like, there's that trope about, like, as in country songs stuff, the old man at the end of the bar, and he's been there 30 years, still thinking about that lady. And at some point you go, it's probably the booze, too.
Yeah.
Because when I meet old men, I go, nobody go, I never met an old man go, think you're still thinking about Ruth. It's like, they're thinking about their fucking knee and shit.
Right.
So yeah, that's what I think those guys, and I think Leno kind of understood immediately. He doesn't take it seriously at all.
Yeah. He's like, I don't know. It seems like the first time they ever saw him now with his car show, he seems happier than he was 30 years of having the biggest, late night show.
Yeah, he doesn't see things as, like, I remember once during a commercial, he's like, hey, Norm, I want to meet you. This guy's some guy in the front. Yeah, the guy sells hot dogs in Minneapolis. I'm like, oh, that's nice. He goes, Norm's a comedian. But it really is like that to him.
Yeah.
It's just two guys that have different things. And he's also got a thing that's really funny that it's like practical, but supra practical, where like he'll go, like one time we're you sit there and you watch the band who's there, and he's just stomping his foot like this, and he goes, buy one of those CDs. And I go, yeah, sure, I bought CDs. Yeah. He goes, it's not like, you just turn the radio on, you're free music. And then one day, one time I decided to jog to get in shape, and I was talking to him and his wife, and it's not really, the tiger's chasing you, the dog is chasing you, run. But he was like my swimming pool, I swim to one end of the end. Swim to the... And his wife's like, yeah, Jay, the only time he ever gets in the swimming pool is to rake the leaves out.
Yeah. Well, he always bragged about not spending his salary, his salary. I'm just like, fucking spend it, Jay. It's yours.
God almighty.
What are you worried about?
It's strange.
You're not going to run out of money, dude. Spend some of it. You also said with this show that you wanted to have Robert Blake on.
That's my dream guest. Yeah, we had a producer that fucked it up. We had a producer that we almost had him. He was saying how he only did the classy shows.
Yeah,
and I said we were on. This guy pretends he can get anybody. This producer, we go, just keep him on, keep talking. And then this moron of a producer, he goes, I gotta go now, Robert. I'll phone you tomorrow. I gotta take my wife to dinner. They wasn't making a joke.
Yeah, that was it.
Idiotic thing to say.
Yeah, I get it. Set up. Now, what is it about?
I like that Robert Blake's. This is what I like most about Robert Blake is his alibi. He's like, how could I have been the guy to shoot her? I was. Everybody saw me. I was getting my gun. That worked as an alibi.
That worked.
I always loved that alibi.
Now, were you a fan of his as an actor, or?
Yeah. It really made me understand O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
Because when I was on Saturday Night Live, there was some black staff members, and they'd say they thought O.J. was innocent. I go, really? Yeah. Like all that blood evidence? You sure it's not just because, he's a black guy and you're a black guy and police have been treating black guys bad? Is that what it is? Because I can understand that. No, we think he's innocent. And I'm like, okay, it's kind of strange. But then when when Robert Blake went up, I love Beretta.
Yeah.
And I want him to get out.
Yeah, you want to...
And after that, I was like, "Oh, I get it. Sure,
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Of course, if Robert Blake had been in prison, I would have been rioting."
And people forget Mickey. When he was on the Little Rascals, Mickey was the greatest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch In Cold Blood.
Yeah.
After,
Yeah. So is that now? Who is like somebody that you're dying to get on the show? Somebody...
We try to get OJ, and he's I guess he's represented by his lawyer in Arizona.
Yeah.
And so the guy phones him, and the lawyer is like, "Oh yeah, he'll do it. Sure, absolutely." And I'm like, "Wow, that's super great." And then he phones back. He goes, "Yes, are you the Norm MacDonald?" And I was like, yeah. And then he said, OJ said that you were particularly rough on him. There's a moment of OJ is one of the funniest things. They got him on. I wish I could remember the Chris Myers. I think it was Chris Myers on ESPN, and he had the first interview with OJ that was an hour long, and he asked him about the entire timeline. And then right at the end, he goes, "Thanks, O.J. Simpson." O.J.'s like, "Yeah, thanks for all the football questions." He thought it was going to be
like... I was doing radio the day that the trial was coming back, and we just randomly called 7 different continents. And every continent knew the story and was waiting. We would call like a Ramada Inn in some place, and we would say, "Is he guilty?"
The
or
trial.
Innocent? Yeah,
Right.
the trial. The day that they said the verdict was coming in, and we asked the people, "Do you think he's guilty or innocent?" And if any country had any color to them whatsoever, innocent. And if it was a white country, Iceland, like, no, he's very guilty. But China, like, no, I don't think he did it. You know what I mean? And it was so fascinating to me. We really, that was like the beginning, I think, of white people being shocked of, maybe we don't get everything all the time.
That people always go like, Fox News, is it racist or is it? Here's why I think Fox News is racist, maybe. They hire a guy to be their expert on all criminal. If any crime happens, they bring in their expert, Mark Furman.
Yeah.
Guy's only known for one thing.
Yeah.
They may as well, Mark Furman, racist. They may as well just say that may as well be his.
Yeah.
When they describe people, I saw Bill Maher one time, and it was Richard Belzer. And you can just tell them how you want to be described. And it said, Richard Belzer, conspiracy theorist. And I was like, everyone? Like don't you lose your cred after a while if you're like.
Well, he's written books. Belzer has written books that go very deeply, and I've never heard him say, I don't know this. I got to really just believe the official word on this one. Never.
I think he went with the Mort Saw kind of career move.
Yes. Adam, do you ever get concerned when you hear like, we should have Robert Blake on the show? Does you ever think, oh shit, no?
I had to call Robert once. I had to try and get him on there too. I was very excited for that. Yeah, we all tried. It was a full court press, but I was excited about that episode. Actually, I would have loved to seen those two together.
Because he was always a great interviewer.
Yeah,
he's out of his fucking mind.
Yeah, he did Carson constantly, and he had the unlit cigarette all the time.
There you go. Let me tell you about the men in the suits.
He was such an expert on any topic.
Yeah,
when he was every single topic.
I was disappointed when he didn't show up, but we, silver lining, we got Fred Stoller that day.
Is there
It
somebody?
was one of my favorite episodes, actually.
Is there somebody out there for you that you would think, oh, they would be perfect
for me? But
Yeah.
we don't.
Smiths,
it doesn't
right?
mesh. Yeah, I love Morrissey, but I don't
Yeah.
even know. Not Morrissey. Noel Gallagher. I think he's the funniest guy. He's just so charismatic.
Oh, is he not a musician?
Yeah, he's a musician.
Yes.
Oh, and Iggy Pop. I think you would love Iggy Pop.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think
Well,
that would be.
I'll tell you this: the Spade episode was incredibly.
Oh, that's good.
Funny.
Thank you.
Incredibly
for saying that.
funny.
What I liked about the Spade episode is it kind of got he captured what we were trying to get in the show, which was the show and the show behind the show at the same time. And I thought really only two people that are the embodiment of that. One is Spade and one's Marty Short, where nobody knows that show business is more complete bullshit than Spade.
Right. But they both love it so much. They love the shit out of it.
It's so in show business.
Exactly.
So it's a funny dynamic because usually the person that has contempt for show business is like Letterman or something. That just cordons himself off in a compound somewhere. But Spade's on every red carpet. He took me to these fucking bars. I don't know how people have the I'm just always tired.
Yes.
And he's like, let's go. We'll go to a bar. I just did this one night with him. We go to a bar, and then he's like, come on, come with me. And you butt in to the bar.
Yeah.
You know? And everyone's like, and people go, get out of the way. These guys were on the TV. And you're like, So then you're in this bar, you're fucking all close to there's a guy half a foot from you.
Yeah.
And then Spade goes, let's go. And you're like, what? And then you go to another place, and then 8 places later, nothing has been accomplished, and I'm so tired. But he said it's all about being seen, all about that stuff, you know. It's funny because I was trying to do the math because I've been to 6 Hollywood parties in my life, and I got 2 jobs. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So then part of me said, what if I'd done 6,000? Because this is what happens. People don't know you're fucking alive and shit, right? And so I did this one time after I did a show. I said, I'm going to take a year off. I take a year off. No one assumes you took a year off show business. They assume that you got kicked out of show business.
Right.
And you have to start all over again. And so I said, God damn, I'm going to start going to parties and, get a third of the time, because people next day they go, hey, man, you know who we should get? That fucking guy that fell into the swimming pool. Or whatever. But I just I wouldn't be able to write, and I write a lot. That's why I'm not very good, as you can tell, socially. I stutter and I'm not too good. But
so
most,
you literally
most time I'm alone writing.
But do you can't go into that party and kind of turn on the Norm stage act? You can't suddenly be that guy. Yeah,
I can do it, but it's exhausting. It's
right.
like
It's like doing a 4-hour set.
It's like when Jesus was touched by the lepers. He'd lose some of his power. I don't like comparing myself to Jesus, but if everybody's going to do it.
Is there a goal that you had that you never got a chance to reach? Is there something that you said, oh, I really...
In show business?
In show business, something that you'd hope that you have gotten a chance to do?
I mean, I would love to start now, in show business, because when I began, I was always like, I never wanted to do anything but stand-up comedy. And I said, I want to do stand-up comedy and then become a big stand-up comedy star and only do that. But it quickly became evident that you can't make enough money. So, you advance for a while, and then somebody says, hey, what about this? You're really good at stand-up. What about if you do something you're terrible at? And we'll pay you 10 times as much.
Yeah.
And you'll act, and you'll fall in love with a girl, And then I'm like, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
And then so what I told Ted Sarandis this. I said, you've really done something good by giving $20 million to these comedians, Chappelle and a couple others. And because it's made, it's taken this, what's always been considered a vulgar art, stand-up, and it's made a person can go, I want to be a stand-up, just like a person could say, I want to be a novelist or I want to be an actor. Mm-hmm. I want to be a stand-up. That's all I want to be. And that's what I wished maybe I had done, but I didn't have the guts to. I had a kid and I had to feed. But nowadays, I would certainly advise stand-ups to just aim at that.
It's really rare. I mean, it's a very short list of guys that can draw big just from doing stand-up. I mean, I think Carlin was that guy, and Brian Regan today is that guy where his audience shows up for him, and without have ever seen him, do a sitcom or a movie.
Isn't
or
that funny? Like, they always ask lists. They always have lists they love listing stand-up comedians.
Mm-hmm.
And who's the funniest? Every once in a while, the funniest man in the world. And you go, but he's been around for years,
right?
But anyways, in these lists, somehow, clearly the best comic in the world is Brian Regan, without question. Sure. You don't need a comedian to say that. You need just anyone that's ever watched him to say that, And yet I never see him on those lists.
No, it is, and it's because of the people who write those lists aren't exactly people that care about stand-up comedy.
Unfortunately, it's not. There's some guy at the Times named Zinnemann. I don't know if you know him, but he seems to know a little about stand-up comedy. But it would be nice if I know stand-up comedy is a very, very new art form, if you want to call it an art form. I don't think it is an art personally, but it's great. I think what Ted Sarandis did specifically in getting a whole bunch of money to Chappelle.
If you don't think it's art, what do you think it is?
Well, I think it's craft. Because the only reason I say it's not art is because art allows for interpretation, right? But if you do stand-up comedy, you can't have people interpreting it differently. You can't have this guy laughing at this part, this guy laughing over here, this guy laughing. You know what I mean? You can't have different layers of laughter. Right. Your job is to say it and then make a noise, right? And then say something else and then make another noise. And that's craft, obviously. That's craft. Where I guess it can ascend into art is subject matter. Mm-hmm. I guess that would be the only, if you can reveal something.
What about for you, Adam? You feel the same way? It's not art, or?
I think it's a little blurred. I could see both sides. Yeah, I think that there's art to it, but I understand a lot of what Norm just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, art. To me, I guess, like a person who takes a very simple idea and explores that idea to its which I feel the best stand-ups do. That's an intellectual exercise. Take something simple and make it incredibly complicated and look at all the minutiae. Art, I feel, is to take something incredibly complicated and reduce it to a line, and I think that's how I would define art. And so that's pretty hard to do in stand-up. People have done it. Not for their whole acts, but people.
Yeah, just every once in a while catch that thing that is just.
Catch that truth.
Yeah, that truth that everybody immediately changes. You know what I mean? Immediately we'll be able to go, oh, I thought I felt that way about it.
That's the amazing
I now
part.
feel this way
about
it. And then you'll hear that being kind of taken and working them into. I remember when Louis did the thing of saying, "I hate my kid." Like the first time I heard that, it was shocking. And then I heard like
you hear it a lot now,
you
right?
hear newscasters saying it. My kid's a dick, and everyone laughs. Kinnison would give him a sandwich. That thing started to just move. Not even other comics stealing it, but politicians. And then you would go, okay, so everyone's moved over.
So it's cool that that person, even though they got stolen, it's like that with impressions sometimes. Like, people would Dana did the impression of Carson. I did not know that. And then people would go, I did not know that. You go, well, you're really stealing that from Dana. Like,
that's when you have a great impressionist. He cracks that thing, but then everybody else starts at that point.
Yes.
So they're like,
when I was a kid, nobody could do Bob Hope.
Yes.
Right? No, now everybody can do it.
But with I remember with Dana, you just have people starting with "not can that." And you're like, he doesn't even talk that way. That's Dana finding a funny place to go with that.
I was so shocked because I remember because Reagan was the president, and I was like, the vice president is nobody's going to be able to do him. He has nothing. And so Dana just made it up from scratch. It's so funny.
You're really enjoying doing this show, though. This is, you think, something you want to do for a while, right?
I would love to do it forever, because Lori, who I work with, I don't know where she is, but she and I have always worked together, and she said, let's, because I was real good friends with Ted Sarandis, which was strange, and Dave, and they said, this is a chance to work with people that are friends. And then she said, let's just hire, everybody we hire will be our friends. Because as everybody knows, whenever you work together, if there's one bad person, that person becomes the person that everyone else talks about. I don't know what it is about human nature. You're like, motherfucking Marcy.
Well, I think Lori is trying to make sure all your other interviews don't get canceled. So
well, thank you,
we'll
Ron.
get you on The View.
This is so awesome. You're such a great interviewer. I always love watching you.
Thank you.
And
Norm MacDonald has a show, and like I said, even though all this controversial stuff is happening, this is just a funny, silly show that these guys do. Adam, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having us.
It was really great.
Yeah, thanks for putting that away.
Norm MacDonald, everybody, let him hear it. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. That was really great. Thank you so much, pal.
I am doing well. So the question on everyone's mind is: are you going to host this show? Are you gonna permanently host this show?
No, I won't. No, I prefer you.
Thank you.
Yeah. If what did the LBJ say? If elected, I will not. If what is it? If nominated, I will not run. If elected, I will not serve.
Well,
I like Shad, man.
What about entertainment in Canada? Period.
What about it?
Would you ever? Do you want to work up here?
Yeah,
do you
no,
hate
I
working up here? What do you think of the entertainment
when I was
industry?
starting, and I started a long time ago. I'm an old man, 50, 210, as Abraham Lincoln would say. I'm so let's face it. I've seen more sunsets than I'm going to see. But when I started out in stand up, there wasn't no Canadian TV. There wasn't nothing, or movies or nothing like that. So we did our stand-up, and then we would travel around. And thanks to this very nice man named Mark Breslin, who started Yuck Yucks, we got a chance to do stand-up. And but there was nothing that we were going for. There was only getting better at stand-up. When I moved to Los Angeles, I started noticing, the first thing I noticed was, God damn, everybody's handsome. Like all the stand-ups were super handsome guys, which is not the case here, or it was not the case when I was here. And so I was like, that's weird. And then I realized they were only using stand-up as a springboard to other things, which I don't like. I just like stand-up for its own sake.
Was it the performance side you liked first, or the writing?
writing. I like to write. Like even later, like I thought, man, I should be doing something on stage because I would write the jokes and I would just stand like a statue on stage. I move a little bit now, but literally, first of all, I'd be frozen with fear, but also it never occurred to me to, if I was talking about rocking a baby, to pretend to rock a baby with my hands. I thought I just said it. So I could have really just put a bunch of papers on a stool in front of everyone and let them peruse it.
How did you get better at that?
I never got better. I'm a little bit better at physicalizing my act a little bit, but it's still mostly words. It's the imagination. You know, the mind. When I was young, we had radio, and in many ways, it was better. No, I'm just kidding. But you know how they say that, old men? They're like, we would listen to the radio, and it was better because your imagination is better than your, especially hardcore pornography. And you go, what? You know, it's a weird thing, though, seriously?
Yeah.
They go like, just speaking of pornography, because nowadays it's so awful. But in the old days, all you had to see is a fleeting glimpse of a lady's ankle, and that would be enough. But you think about that, that's gross. Like, that's a guy's at home doing gross stuff to himself, thinking about a lady's ankle? God, damn, that's kind of odd, too.
So, do you think radio is better as far as the imagination? Just generally speaking,
I like radio
on that
comedy,
theme.
which doesn't exist anymore. But I was thinking of doing, they have radio podcast stuff. I was thinking of doing an old timey radio thing because there are radio jokes that can't be done on television. I can't think of one, but it'd be like, and it doesn't help any that you're wearing a pink chiffon. Something you don't see, but works after the joke that you just heard. Informs the joke afterwards. I don't know a lot of words, Shad, and I'm trying to fit them in properly.
Okay, I want to stick on the topic of Canada for a second, since we have you here on our public broadcaster.
Yeah.
You've said that as a young man, going on the train across Canada was one of your favorite things.
I love that. Yeah.
What was it about that you loved?
I'm gonna do that again. I think it was. You see the country. The train is the most beautiful. All through literature, the train has, well, actually it symbolized death. That's not a good one. But when you go on a train across Canada, you start Moncton and you go across.
Yeah.
The first couple of days, people are normal. After that, people go crazy, start having sex with each other. Not me, but I saw it. And then a guy gave me a cookie. I was only 16, right?
He gave you a cookie. Is that like a signal, or what is that?
Yeah, like one of those cookies that's laced with with, drugs. But I was only a kid. I was only 15, 16. So the guy sitting right beside me, he's like, hey, you want one of these cookies? I go, no, man, I don't want no cookie. He's like, these are good cookies. I'm like, I don't care. I don't want no cookie. He's like, I'm telling you, this is a good cookie. I'm like, enough with the cookies. So anyways, whatever. The guy finally stopped yapping about his cookies, And then I woke up like a day later or whatever, and nobody was around, and I was hungry, and there was the bag of cookies. I ate the whole bag.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it didn't turn out well. And then I remember there was a little elderly black gentleman that was a porter who I said really filthy things to, like I almost like I was coming on to him.
As a teenager?
Yeah.
Because of the cookies?
Because of the cookies, I figured I'd have my sexual awakening with a 78-year-old man.
But you went back onto the train, though.
Yeah, I've been on the train three or four times.
So that didn't scare you off?
No, the train across Canada, if anybody has a chance to do it, is the most beautiful experience. You go through Kicking Horse Pass and stuff, and you go in the bar car, and you meet strangers, and you look out the window, and there's a lady putting up her, her wash on her line with her clothespins.
It's very romantic, right?
Yeah.
You imagine your life in any of these little cities and what it would maybe look like. Right?
Yeah, and she, the lady with the clothespins, imagines your life. Yeah.
And you brought up Moncton. That's where the train line starts.
Yes, sir.
And you tweeted a really great story about your friend Phil.
Oh, yeah.
In Moncton. Could you tell us about that?
There was some unpleasantness in Moncton a year ago or so.
The shooting.
With the shooting, yeah. Which is something that happens in our times. That didn't happen when I was a boy. But I knew an old man there who my friend Shaggy, that wasn't his real name, but he sounded like the dude from Scooby-Doo. And so we all laughed about that because we'd eat Count Chocula and smoke marijuana. And so he said, I was going to Moncton. I just started taking the train. And I said, I get some work. He said, oh, yeah, my old man's there, Phil. And so anyways, when this unpleasantness happened in Moncton, it was the Kings were in the finals,
Yeah.
Los Angeles, and I was there, and I had a ticket. And instead of going to the game, I phoned Phil, talked to him, and he was like barricaded in his basement. And it was kind of cool. Like I was talking to him, and then he was halfway through. He's like, screw this, man. I'm going to go upstairs. He kept talking about his 50. He had a big 50-inch TV. He was going to watch it, and then he reminded me of all this stuff that I was there. And then the coolest one thing was he reminded me that he had taken me to a game where Daryl Sutter had played in the game.
Like a junior hockey game in
junior
Moncton?
hockey game, yeah. So it was really, really cool. It was amazing. Yeah, it was amazing.
You tweeted that story. You also tweeted a really touching story about Robin Williams.
Oh, yeah.
What is it with Twitter and the short stories? You seem to like that form. You express yourself well in it. People like it. What is it about Twitter and short stories for you?
Well, because I didn't know what Twitter was for really much. People told me, you got to get Twitter. And I was like, no, people just say that, I'm eating a hamburger, stuff like that. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, which it kind of is.
A lot of it is, yeah. And so then I went on it and I told some jokes. And then my fans would go, that one sucks. They're supposed to be your fans, They just abuse you constantly. So, but then I would sometimes have memories of people, people pass or something, and I'd have a memory and no one to tell it to, and so it would just be late at night, and sort of, it's not really meant to as anything that would ever be published or anything. It was just a way of me telling the people that followed me on Twitter that I knew Robin Williams, and I met Robin Williams once, and he was very sweet to me, and so I just. Yeah.
Do you think people are getting a different side of you through those sorts of tweets and short stories?
Yeah, maybe. Like people are always thinking, that you're that there's only one side to you. When the performing side of a person obviously is the smallest side of their facets. But. Yeah, maybe they get a little bit of, but that's not really why I do it. I just do it because it's late at night and I'm alone and I don't drink or smoke or do drugs or be promiscuous or anything. So I just kind of reflect a lot.
Well, another thing people got a sense of you from Twitter is when you defended Alice Munro.
Yeah.
A little attack from Bret Easton Ellis.
Yes. Well, there's this guy, Bret Easton Ellis. So I don't really follow modern. I don't think you'd call that literature, graffiti, whatever it is he does. So he had written something against Alice Munro, and then I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I read one of his quote unquote books, and
which one? American Psycho.
American Psycho. Yeah, that was the famous one, and people had told me it was good, but whatever. So then I was like, how dare this guy, to say something about something he doesn't understand. I mean it's one thing, you can be a bad writer, but God, at least read. At least you learn to read if you're going to be a writer, for God's sakes.
Well, people probably didn't know about your interest in literature, in your analysis.
People don't know that. I like writing a great deal,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me the source, but the greatest writers are novelists.
Yeah.
But then I would put, I don't know, maybe... singer-songwriters I put way, way up there.
Ahead of comedians?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Well, because I don't think of comedy really as an art. Like, I think of other things. I think of comedy as more of a craft, It can reach certain levels, but only certain levels, because comedy requires laughter, and as soon as you require something of an audience, you're in trouble.
That's interesting, because to me, comedy is the highest art.
Really?
Because it's the most kind of simple and precise, and it holds the most things together. Like in one joke or one sort of comedic phrase or story, you can represent so many things, and laughter is kind of the thing that brings the most people together. I think even more than music, people like laughter.
Uh-huh.
So I think it's kind of the
What
highest.
did you just say, though, that it holds what?
It holds so many things together. Somebody can tell a joke that is true, that is funny, that is sad, kind of all at the same time, and it can be as short as one line. So to me, it's actually kind of the highest art.
No, I mean, as far as writing goes, like, to me, the shorter the better. Like if you take comedy writing, like a movie would be the worst to me, and then a TV show, and then a sketch. I mean, in terms of hardness, and then a joke would be the hardest, and this shortest joke, there's a famous joke by Henny Youngman, "Take my wife, please." So that's 4-word joke, 3-word setup and 1-word punchlines. That's incredibly difficult. But no, the reason I was saying is because you have to produce laughter. So you can have a layered joke, but you can't have something that can be interpreted by different people in different ways, because you have to create a noise at a certain time, and that noise has to be consistent. So every single person in that audience has to understand. So therefore, it's a little bit of a blunt force instrument.
Yeah.
But there is a way to bring art,
into comedy.
But it's more difficult.
I have to say, my favorite.
I'm not usually serious about stuff, so I'm not good at it.
No, that's great. I have to say, probably my favorite thing about you, and I told you I saw your show in Vancouver.
Uh-huh.
I pretty much paid the ticket, however much it was, to hear you say the phrase "on account of." That is, like, to me, the funniest thing.
On account of?
On account of.
Well, it's a kind of Canadian phrase, I think.
Did that just strike you as funny, or did you ever analyze that? There's something about that that's just hilarious. I paid $50 to hear you say that live.
On account of?
Yeah.
Well, I grew up, Shad, my father was old when he had me.
Yeah.
And he was 50, a little older than 50. And then I grew up in rural Canada, very barren soil, and everybody was old except me and my brothers. So everybody was like 50. All my dad's friends were 50. So I grew up with all the old guys, and so I took on a lot of their phrases and stuff like that. So sometimes, like I remember my dad would say, "She's no hell," and it was such a weird phrase to me. But that meant she's nothing special, she's not that pretty.
Okay.
She's no hell. But you'd think it would be "she's no heaven."
Yeah.
But so I'd learn phrases like that.
And fans also love your fearlessness on stage.
On account of what?
On account of you going on, talk shows. Even Conan O'Brien has talked about how you're unpredictable. He never knows what you're going to do.
Well, what happens is in talk shows, they tell you, not here, but, on Letterman and Conan stuff, they pre-interview you. So you tell a story to the pre-interviewer, then he tells Letterman. Then you go on and tell Letterman, he already knows the story.
Yeah.
So when I first started, I was like, I just made up a whole bunch of stories that I didn't tell. So I'd tell the pre-interviewer a bunch of stories. Then I'd get on Letterman, he'd ask me, and I'd tell him all different stories to surprise him, So he wouldn't know the story, because that sucks if a guy's already heard the story. And so then finally they decided, what's the use,
But do Letterman and Conan and these guys like when you throw something new at them, or are they like,
no, they like it. Yeah, they like it. They're cool with it. Because, Letterman's the funniest guy I've ever met. So he's like, you got to keep up with him. He's very, very difficult to stay with, because he's just so funny and so fast and so super sharp. And, I remember one of my first things I ever did, it was this joke it was in my act. It had been in my act for a year or whatever. And I did it on panel with him, talking. Panel is when you just talk to the guy. And then he did a line right after it that was funnier than all the thing. I was like, damn, I worked for a year on that joke, and you just thought of it out of your crazy big mind.
Did you first meet him doing stand-up, or did you first meet him on that show?
No, on that show, he did stand up for a very short time when I was a young boy, but he was not a stand up. But he was nice to me. He's taken me to dinner and stuff and talked. You know, he's a kind of an odd duck, but super smart and really, really funny. But you can be having dinner with Letterman. It'd be like 6. You know, he always brings 5 or 6 guys, so he's protected. And then he'll be like, "I gotta go to the bathroom," and then he leaves. And then you go, "I guess he's not coming back."
Does it ever scare you, the chaos?
The chaos of
being unpredictable, of sharing some story that hasn't been vetted by everyone else.
Sometimes I do get scared. I get scared on the Howard Stern show because it's so long form, and he does this thing where he's super honest, and then he makes you be super honest, and then afterwards you're like, "What did I say? What did I say? What did I say?" And then I remember one time I was in a limo, like right after Stern. I was talking to the limo driver, this Greek guy, and I was like, I was talking to Stern. I don't even know what I said. He's like, yeah. He's like a hypnotist. He go, I bring my wife to. I don't know if this is very good Greek. He goes, I bring my wife to Las Vegas one year. Hypnotist bring me up. I talk to him. I don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, I'm in my underwear. So it's like that's what it's like. He like looks you right in your eye, talks to you, and now all of a sudden you're in your underwear.
Sidebar, do you think that actually works, that hypnotist stuff?
I'll tell you, man, I saw Ravine the Impossibilist once, and that was the guy's name.
Yeah.
It was at the NAC in Ottawa, where I live. I was 13 years old. And he had guys up there, and he was talking to them, and he said, "You do." And then so everybody running around, one guy talked like he was from the moon. He said, "You from the moon, you got moon language." And this other guy, he does this other thing, and you're a chicken and stuff, right? So all chaos going around, and the guy pecking. I remember the chicken guy went right by me. He was pecking, trying to get some food. There's no food. And anyways, after the show, I was out in the parking lot with my brothers, right? And I see the guy. I go, "There's that chicken guy. I'm going to talk to him." So I went up to him. I said, "What was that like, man? You thought you were chicken?" And then he's like, "It was cool." And I was like, "Wait a second, hold on. Like, if you thought you were a chicken for 15 minutes, if you had that psychic break, you go like, oh my God, I got to go lie down and seek counseling." And, so the guy was just going along, just lying. He's like, "It's cool." How's that cool? Thinking you're not even a human. So no, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
They wanted me to stop smoking. Say, go to a hypnotist, and they'll, he said, it worked for me. I'm like, I feel I want to quit myself on account of, I don't want to be that weak that a hypnotist, I go, "Hey man, I quit smoking. That's the good news. Bad news, I got no will of my own." It's an old man on Bloor Street. He makes my decisions for me.
Okay, just going back to the chaos for a second, and sorry, I have to catch my breath. Going back to the chaos for a second, is there anything in those moments that comes to mind that you've regretted? Like, oh, I shouldn't have taken that turn. That really stands out for you. I shouldn't have said that, or I shouldn't have made that joke.
No, not usually, because I've bombed many times, and when I do, I have a sort of outer body experience. Because there's a thing with stand-ups, when you see another guy bomb, you're like, you like it. I don't know what it is, but you're used to seeing people do good. And if, people have stories, even in life, usually the stories, something bad happened to you. If all your stories, you're the hero, that's not a good story.
No.
And then I did good again, So usually the stories are you're embarrassed, something bad happened like that. So I get a kind of an outer body experience while I'm bombing. Because I think it's kind of funny. Like, guys went there to laugh, and then nothing worked out. And then also it's funny, they hate your guts. Like, you're doing your best. It's not like you're intentionally, trying to make them not laugh.
Yeah.
But you're just failing. And then they're like, "We hate you." Like, and so I find that kind of funny. Then I smirk, and then they really, really hate me.
But that doesn't exist in other forms of performance. Like, if I go up and I play a song and people don't think it's great, there's like this instinct to clap.
Yeah, right.
People just clap or cheer.
Yeah.
They're just this instinctual thing that happens because the song's done.
Yeah.
But with comedy, it's almost the opposite.
It is. They got you can get people to clap. I always thought clapping for comedy was the opposite thing you want, because clapping is like a assent, sort of. They're saying, we agree with you. It's usually like some lame thing, like you go, Pat Buchanan's a Nazi or some ridiculous thing. Ridiculous thing. And but laughter is involuntary.
Yeah.
Laughter is like people don't expect or want to laugh, but applause is like, yes, we agree, you are right. George Bush started a war. You're like, well, where's the goddamn joke?
We got to wrap up, unfortunately.
Right,
but
you were awesome.
Well, thank you. You were great, and
I hope you
helped.
stay. I hope you stay here, do the job. That'd be awesome.
Thank you very much. I'd love to have you back if I do.
Yeah, that would be great.
Last thing, you were campaigning for Craig Ferguson's job, and we just want to know what's next for you. We want to see more of you. We want to hear more of you.
Oh,
what's
well,
next?
That's a nice thing for you to say.
It's the truth.
I don't know why you're so plural. Why is this you?
What do you mean?
Did they teach you that on radio? Go, we would like to see.
No, that's actually, I think they're trying to get me not to say that anymore.
Yeah, say I.
And say I, but I don't know. It's like a natural, deferential, I think, polite thing, maybe, or something. It feels too intimate to say I do.
Oh, okay. So, hey, there's some music.
Oh, there's some music, yeah. So we got to go. Hopefully, Norm will stick around. Norm MacDonald is at the Queen Elizabeth Theatre in Toronto tonight and at Hamilton Place in Hamilton, Ontario tomorrow. He joined us in Studio
believe the
Q.
Hamilton one was the last Cosby performance.
True.
The people in the neighborhood, we're going to call it. And I discovered this great little, that's the name we came up with. This great little donut shop right around the corner here in beautiful Burbank, beautiful downtown Burbank. Let's have a look at the Donut Prince. This donut shop, it's been here probably since the 50s or 60s. I don't know, I should have figured out exactly when it, I lost my monitor again. Oh well. Is it still playing? I lost my monitor. Anyways, there we go. The donut, doesn't matter that I lost my monitor. We have a new truck, by the way. We have a new camera truck. It's working really well. We're really excited about it. And we have all sorts of new technology. That's why the show, you may notice, looks a little better this week. The lighting is a little better. I'm actually not more well rested. We have better lighting. This is our truck. This is a new space-aged, literally a space-aged piece of equipment that we're using here. This is this camera truck was used by NASA for the last 8 years. For 8 years, they filmed the space shuttle launches with this truck. We actually have footage. This is actual footage. This footage was shot by the truck that we're using tonight to broadcast this show. This actual footage that you're looking at right now of the space shuttle taking off was shot with the exact same equipment that we're using here tonight to film this show. And so we're proud of that. I'm proud of that. It's essentially a metaphor for what we're trying to do here. We're trying to take television into places, new places. We're trying to discover new adventures in space we're going to have here this season. I want to have fun this season on the show, so that's why I'm talking louder than I talked last season. You may notice my voice is louder than it was last season. That's because I'm trying to have more fun on the show. I'm getting a new car. Can we show a picture of the car that I'm thinking about purchasing for $750? This is a 1974 Pontiac Firebird, and the idea is that we're going to get this car. I'm going to get this car, and I'm going to be driving around Los Angeles over the next year and making some videos around Los Angeles, stopping into places like the Donut Prince and other Los Angeles landmarks, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So that's what we're doing on the show this year. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you to all our loyal viewers. We're going to have a great season. Norm MacDonald is here tonight for the hour. We'll be taking your calls. This is very exciting. You can call on Skype. If you want to call and talk to people on the show, just go to my Twitter at TomGreenLive. All the information will be on there on how you can be part of the show. Stick around. We'll be right back with Norm MacDonald for the hour. You're watching Tom Green Live. Hello, welcome to the show. Norm, thank you for coming to the show.
Yeah, it's great, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is great to have you here.
I like the donut prince, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Man has humility. He owns the joint. He could easily be the donut king.
Right. That's right. Yeah, it's
humility is a lost virtue, Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm going to have to ask him about that. I actually met the Donut Prince yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, I went down there and met him, and I asked him if it was all right if we spoke about his establishment on our television show.
Yeah.
Actually ran it past him.
Yeah.
He seemed pretty happy to have us talk about it, believe it or not.
Well, sure, he'd love that, man, unless he's a brutal prince.
Yeah, could be. It just was one of those things where, there's all these old businesses in Los Angeles, and you enjoying the electronic cigarette, Norm? I gave you that.
I never had it.
Yeah, this is. I've been. You got to let go of the button though when you're not smoking it, or it'll blow up in your hand. It's a It's essentially a battery that will explode if you. The thing about that brand of electronic cigarette, not to go on and on about it, but if you put it in your back pocket and you sit on it, you'll feel it starting to burn a hole in your ass. Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever had the experience, you don't smoke, but a pack of matches suddenly igniting inside of your...
that actually happens?
Sure, it happens quite frequently amongst common smokers. You know Machiavelli?
Mm-hmm, sure, yeah.
In his later days, he became a big fat pig. And all he wanted to do was eat, and he wrote a famous treatise on power by eating. It was called the Donut Prince.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the Donut Prince would fake his own death to hide from his enemies in a pile of cronuts or something like that, right?
This network is owned by Mark Cuban.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
And an interesting side note, I did a show called The Sports Show, and Mark Cuban liked it and wanted to do it on his network, which was at a different name at that point.
Yeah, HDNet, yeah.
And I love my favorite team because my son's favorite team is the Dallas Mavericks.
Right, absolutely.
And I don't know basketball. I'm from Canada, like you.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know basketball.
No, you know a lot about sports, though.
I do know a lot
You're a big
about
sports
fan.
fan.
But I would not pick the Dallas Mavericks. But my son loved them. And my son was very angry at Mark Cuban because the Mavericks had a shot at Deron Williams. And, everyone was trying to woo him.
Yeah.
And when Deron Williams went to Dallas to meet the Mavericks ownership, Mark Cuban was here in L.A. getting makeup done for their Shark Tank.
Okay, all right. So you're trying to get me fired right now is what you're saying. Is that what it
No, God bless Mark Cuban. Yeah. I love him.
Well,
I love a guy that's with his team. He's in the stands. He's cheering on his, he's a fan, that guy.
Absolutely.
He's a fan. He treats his players like no other owners treat their, he's like the like Jerry Jones.
He's been very supportive of this little show here.
Oh, he has?
Sent me many encouraging emails.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So now you are doing a great new television show now, a podcast, a video podcast.
Yes.
Norm MacDonald Live.
I did it for a while, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
You were on it. You were kind enough to be a guest.
Yeah.
And you know what? Here's how good it was.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a TV show.
Right.
And Entertainment Weekly ranked it as the third best TV show.
That's amazing.
Isn't that incredible?
But it is a TV show.
Yes, I do it as a TV show. I do it like you're doing this. This is on a TV network. But I do it as a TV show that goes to, the internet. So it's a video podcast, but it's not one of these where you get two comedians talking about some shit nobody knows anything about.
Right, like this.
No. I think we're pretty accessible.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But I think some of these comedy podcasts are so, they're like, and now we're doing the full hour with a guy that's been on Parks and Rec for 3 months.
There's a lot of podcasts. This one is You've got great guests.
We do comedy.
You had Larry King on.
We had the great Larry King.
Now, when you had Larry King on, did you asked or had there's some shocking subject matter I find that were you trying to shock Larry a little bit or?
Well, Larry King said that he was very frightened of death, and of course you take a shot of him saying that, and he looks like he's about a week away. You know, it's like a skeleton telling you he's afraid of death.
Yeah.
And he's like, ah. So, and he didn't believe in God. So I was trying to. I know it's very stylish nowadays to not believe in God. You know, it's the thing to do.
Right.
And especially in comedy, you know. And I stay away from that sort of thing in comedy because I find comedy should be funny.
Right. Absolutely. You know,
like imagine in the old days, you go, "Hey, what do you think of religion, Lou Costello?"
But death is something that is a big theme in your comedy, though. Death itself.
Death is, yes, because this is. You want me to tell you why, Tommy?
Yes.
Because I did stand-up, as you know, in Ottawa, and I was talking about stuff, and Sammy Kinison came, you know, to Canada, and he wasn't famous or nothing. And he took a liking to me, and he took me across the country. And it was the greatest time I ever had. And I was talking about, you know, I had a good act. And Sam said to me one time, he goes, "You got good jokes, man." He goes, "But I noticed you talk about dogs and shit." And he's like, "Are you really interested in dogs?" And I had, at the time, about a 25-minute bit on dogs. And I was like, "No, I don't give a fuck about dogs."
Right.
And he said, "Well, why don't you just talk about what you're interested in?" So from then on, it became death.
Right. Death was the. Do you think about death more than your average person?
I don't know what the average person thinks. I think you know, it's always on their mind. You know what I mean? But I will ruminate about it, you know, for long periods. Of course, to no purpose or to no avail. You know what I mean? It's worthless. But I got some material about it, but anyways, I did it in my stand-up special, and now that's gone, so I can move on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm like. I just think about stuff for stand-up, and then I get caught on one subject for a long period of time, and then once I've exhausted that subject, I'm free now in my life not to think about death.
Cool. Well, we'll talk more about. I want to talk more about the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
We take our first commercial break here.
Awesome, Tommy.
Of the show, and we'll be taking calls on Skype. So give us a call here on the internet using Skype, and we'll be back with Norm MacDonald. Stick around. Selling them. Yep. We're back with Norm MacDonald, and let's take a Skype call from one of our callers, since we've asked people to call, and they're calling. You're on the air with Norm MacDonald. Do you have a question? Go ahead, sir, with your question. Yeah.
Hey, Norm.
Hi, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good.
Happy New Year.
That was an easy question.
Yeah.
Happy New Year's.
Don't get nervous. I know you're on live television. You're a little nervous, but just go ahead and ask the question now that we've, told you all we were going to do this in the break, and let's do it now, okay?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Norm, what's your favorite sport to bet on?
My favorite sport to bet on is football, professional football. But it's the worst sport to bet on. And what's your name?
Jay.
Jay, I'll tell you the reason that football is the hardest sport to predict. Because the ball ain't round.
Sure.
You understand that concept, right?
Yeah.
Like a basketball is round, it's shot, it goes into a hoop. A baseball is round, it hit, it goes somewhere. A football is not round, and when it's lost, it goes everywhere, and it's like a sling, and that's why don't bet professional football. Don't be like me.
What? What about golf? You bet on golf?
I do bet on golf because you can't get a rounder ball.
Yeah. All right, well, there's your answer, caller. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Go Pats.
Yeah. Now you know. Now you know, right? So, do you take calls on the show on your
No. We tried, but you have it down to a science. But mine, it was like when you did your show at your house. And so we'd do an hour show. We'd take one Skype caller, and we'd be 58 minutes into the show.
Yeah, exactly.
So it didn't work out. But you seem to have finally figured it out.
So I wanted to ask you, so you've got all this time on the show. Now, it's not like television. You can go on for hours if you want. And you're somebody that's never really shied away from saying what you feel about things. And we're living in this crazed media culture now where people are always apologizing for every word that comes out of their mouth. Do you ever worry that you might say something that you can't take back or that you regret?
I did one thing, because they'll jump on things, as you know, and take things out of context and so forth, And so I was on the Larry King show. I don't know if you've done that yet.
On his internet show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did once, yeah.
That
was pretty cool.
I love Larry King.
Yeah.
So he asked me my views on science, because he called me a Christian comedian, which is like, what the hell fuck does that mean? It sounds like I'm opening for Joel Osteen or something fucking thing. And so that's the problem. You call a person a Christian, now all of a sudden it's a bad, it's like calling a person a retard or something.
Right.
So anyways, I told him, I said, I don't think that much of science. I said, for instance, DNA. I don't know anything about DNA. What am I? I'm just a nightclub comic. So I said, if there was a guy that was going to jail or going to the death house and the evidence against him was DNA and I was in the jury, I'd vote him innocent, because 15 years from now they could go, we're wrong.
Right. Yeah.
So I said that. Then in the fucking somewhere in I see an article, Christian comedian Norm MACDONALD doesn't believe in science.
Well, it's sort of what happened, though, I guess, right? Yeah. OJ was the one that really was the reason that DNA really became the big, I don't know.
I'll tell you something about OJ.
Yeah.
And how on Twitter you can get not in trouble, because who the fuck cares what these retards say? But I'm saying on Twitter, I said yesterday, I put a post up, I said, my heart goes out to OJ and his family for his health issues. Mm-hmm. And God bless. And people got very angry at me, and they're like, fuck OJ, And like, there's another virtue that's gone, Tommy. Pity. Whatever happened to pity?
Yeah.
Do we have to hate everybody?
People, probably your fans especially, were maybe surprised to hear it coming from you, considering some of the things you used to say about OJ on Weekend Update.
Well, yeah, because I was against OJ for committing double murder.
Yeah. One of the great lines in the history.
But I am not against OJ for getting brain cancer.
Yeah, no. Right? No, it's perfectly...
No, I feel sorry for the man. Yeah. My God.
And that's true, he does have brain cancer. Is that true? Or I saw that on the cover of the Inquirer.
I don't know. Then I heard that he may have made it up.
Yeah.
But of course, if a man has brain cancer and he's going to die in prison, how could you feel anything but pity for him?
That was one of the great lines in the history of Saturday Night Live, your line, when after O.J. was found innocent. Murder is now legal in the state of California.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
There was quite a bit of a backlash to that at the time, was there? Or?
I got fired.
Yeah.
I found interesting? You look back at your career and you go, what the fuck did I do wrong? I'm, sitting here with Tom Green on a show owned by a basketball owner. No, sometimes you go, what did I do?
Yeah.
I
hear you.
Why can't I get one?
I ask myself that question all the time.
Sure, right?
We do, when you do outrageous comedy and you're trying to get a reaction, and sometimes you push the envelope maybe further than when you get older, you think, should I have said that? Yeah. Should I have done that? Do you actually think that those type of thoughts?
I came out because I was like, this is weird, I'm not getting jobs, And I thought,
after I got fired from Weekend Update, everyone supported me.
Yeah.
You know, everyone was very supportive of me. But then I thought afterwards, like if you were a network president, you go, hey, do I really want to hire that guy Norm, who if all of a sudden I fire him, he fucking ruins my life?
Uh-huh.
You know, because Don Ohlmeyer fired me and lost his job and never worked again like a year later.
Right.
It had nothing to do with me.
It sort of had become a personal thing in the press, at least.
It had. The press, you know what? The press has a narrative. And the narrative in that story, I got fired from Saturday Night Live. Now, before I got fired, there was nobody fucking saying how great I was. There was nobody in the press doing big articles on me.
Well, I think Chevy Chase said that you were the
this
best.
Was after.
Best Weekend Update anchor.
Chevy
since
Chase
him.
did say that, but this was after I got fired. Now, after I got fired by a big fat network executive chomping on a big cigar in Los Angeles, and here I was, this guy at 12 o'clock doing 5 minutes of comedy, right? So the press has to make a story. They love stories. So he's the bad guy. He's the evil guy, right? So if you got a bad guy, you have an evil guy, you got to have a good guy. You got to have a great guy. So they made up that I was a great guy.
And you also happened to be a great guy, and it was unjustified.
That was entirely coincidental.
Well, does things like that, do they surprise you when you come to America from Canada? And
I'm very naive.
Yeah, did you really? No,
no, about show business.
Yeah,
or at least I was.
Well, I felt that way when I went on MTV. I had no clue what the hell was going on.
Right.
And then I did a bunch of goofy stuff like getting drunk on the Tonight Show, and the next day you sort of wake up and everyone's saying, "Why'd you get drunk on the Tonight Show?" And I was like, "Well, I was just trying to be crazy."
Right.
Yeah, so
the worst thing that ever happened to me, I never told anybody this, but a week after I left Saturday Night Live, I got a call from Rob Burnett. You know who he is?
Sure, yeah. David Letterman's producer.
Yeah, he was the producer of David Letterman. He said, I got some bad news for you. And I said, what? And he goes, you're not getting the 12:30 slot. And I didn't know I was up for the 12:30 slot.
Okay.
And he goes, we're giving it to Craig Kilborn.
Wow.
And I was like, huh? Like, nobody told me I was up for it.
Wow, okay.
And then I said, why'd you have to tell me? Like, if you'd never told me, I wouldn't have fucking known.
Yeah.
And then he says, Dave fought for you, but Les Moonves said, no, he wants Kilborn. And I was like, God damn, you don't have to tell anybody ever, fuck it.
Sure.
You can keep some shit to yourself.
Yeah. Well.
Then I'm trying to sleep that night.
Yeah. Well.
On my pillow.
Yeah. Well, now you're doing the show now, though, and.
It's all come full.
Yeah, that's great.
That's true. Now that I've never looked at it that way. I lost the 12:30 slot, but if I hadn't lost the 12:30 slot, it wouldn't have lent me to do a podcast.
Yeah. Worldwide. It's worldwide.
When one door opens.
Yeah.
How does that go? When one door closes.
We'll be right back. Stick around.
Right,
we're with
baby.
Norm MacDonald. We'll be right back. And we're back with Norm MacDonald and Rob Ford.
Rob Ford. Another tweet I put out that got incredible backlash. Can't say anything nice about anybody.
Can't say anything nice about the crack-smoking mayor or a convicted murderer. Yeah.
Well, you can't equate those two, you know, because we've all made mistakes with different substances through our lives and whatever.
Sure.
And I like Rob Ford. I actually wonder if you think of this, Schneider. Rob Ford, I wonder if he is doing Chris Farley.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You're, of course, talking to our producer, our executive
The
producer
great
here.
John Schneider.
John Schneider, Rob's brother, who you've
Rob
worked,
Schneider's brother.
You've worked with
or I call Rob John Schneider's brother.
Yes.
So wherever you look at
You've
it.
worked with Rob Schneider on many Rob Schneider movies. Were those fun, the Rob Schneider
And
movies?
John as well.
Yeah.
I've worked, oh yes, they've actually been my favorite movies. I love Sandler, but Rob has always given me such leeway in movies to do what I want. And my favorite one, I think, was The Animal, where I was in the mob, and he just let me keep talking. And Deuce Bigalow 2, European Gigolo, where he had me play an old coal mining gigolo.
Do you think Rob Ford is purposely putting on the Chris Farley, mayor of Toronto?
Well,
Rob Ford?
because he has the moves down so down pat, you know, that it almost looks like.
It almost can't be real.
Physically, it looks like an impression. Yeah. But no, listen, I don't know anything about local Toronto politics anymore. You know, I used to know about him. No.
Now, I find that surprising because I've heard you say that you don't follow politics, and people are often surprised that you don't follow politics, given that you were the host of Weekend Update.
Yes, they are, yeah. But I feel like politics are just gossip, really, and, you know, it's pretty easy to tell who to vote for, usually. And also, I think because we come from Canada. You know, I don't know if people know the parliamentary system, but here, everything's so important. Like if you vote for the wrong guy, a war might happen. Yeah. You're in Canada, it's like, what's the big,
the cost
issue?
Of maple syrup might go up.
Cost of maple syrup might go up, yeah. And then we have this thing, I don't know if Americans are going to understand this, but you don't vote for the prime minister, you vote for a guy in your riding.
Yeah.
So you vote for this guy, and he goes out and he goes, we're going to fix that bridge that in Vanier, you know, and you go, I'll vote for this motherfucker because that bridge is shit.
Yeah.
And so you vote for him, and then he gets in the House of Parliament, and then he gets up and goes, hey, what about that bridge? And they go, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, I'll sit down.
But your brother is one of the big political
yes, he knows
correspondents
politics.
Of Canada.
Yes, he is.
Neil MacDonald.
Yes, and as you know, CBC and BBC both are very serious journalistic. It's not like here.
Yeah.
It's gotten ridiculous in America, where it's just people yelling at each other. But in Canada, they really are, you know, serious journalists.
Yeah. And your brother, one of the most respected journalists in Canada.
Yeah.
And you parody the news. Have you ever thought about how that happened, or why you chose to go these two very distinct, separate ways, but still working in entertainment business? You know.
Well, you consider the news entertainment? I guess it is now.
Maybe these days. Yeah.
Less so in America. Less so in Canada, though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I haven't watched Canadian news in a while.
I guess I meant the television business.
Yes. That would be a good question for Dan Rather.
Dan Rather's on the show next week. Yeah, you can call him on Skype. Let's take a call on Skype right now for Norm. You're on the air with Norm MacDonald. Go ahead with your question, sir.
Is this me now?
Yeah, that's you. Go ahead and ask Norm your question.
And can I call you Norm?
Yeah. Right?
Sounds Canadian.
Yeah. All right, well, tell you what. I'm just wondering, Norm, and I'm not trying to, you know, whatever, but what are you most proud of in your career, man?
I'm only really proud of one thing. What's your name?
My name's Connor.
Well, Corner.
Connor, but close.
I am only really proud of stand-up. Everything else I've done has just been an accident that came from stand-up. You know, I've never auditioned for anything that I got. You know, I suck at acting, but my stand-up, I'm very, 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 very proud of stand-up. And I'm ashamed of almost everything else.
No,
I like this interview right now.
Well, that
cool,
stand up and this interview.
I mean, when I was just a kid in Canada, that was when I discovered stand-up comedy.
Yes.
Going to Yuck Yucks.
Yes.
And you would, you know, we're not yet on television in America at that point, but touring, and we actually have a clip of you from the early days at Yuck Yucks. Let's have a quick look at that.
It sounds awful.
A clip an early clip, probably 25, 30 years old.
I always wanted to be a trucker, you know? And of course I can't be a trucker because I don't have my driver's license, you know? It makes the resume look pretty skimpy, you know, as soon as I say that. They don't even get to the hobbies after they see that you don't have your license, you know? Too bad, too, because my hobby's collecting old trucks. But I always wanted to be a trucker, you know? Driving a big truck. They're very intimidating, though, when you're in a car. You ever be behind a big truck full of trembling logs right in front of you? Holy cow. Sometimes you see those trucks where the cargo of the truck will be just wrecked cars. Just a bunch of wrecked cars. You go, holy cow, man, I hit this guy, I won't even notice. It's become part of the haul. 6 months later, oh, there's a guy in this one. Yeah, because they let me out already. I got a kink.
How's it feel to look at that? Do you remember that? Remember that bit?
I don't remember the bit, but it makes me feel bad looking at it because I don't like it. Because, you know, it takes so long to be good at not at anything, but specifically at stand-up. And when you look at old stand-up, it's not a lot of fun because I'm sure it's like that with everything. I'm sure like Picasso was like, what the fuck is this shit? Fucking nose looks like a nose.
Yeah.
What was I thinking? But
how old were you there in that clip?
And my voice was way up high.
Yeah.
You know, I used to freeze with fear, and my voice would be normal, and then as soon as I got on stage, something happened to it. And do you notice my voice is high and
yeah, I've noticed actually in some of your older clips that you are speaking higher.
Yeah. Decibel?
Yes. Yeah. Well, you know, that's those were the.
You know, I'll tell you something interesting, and John Schneider's part of this story too, but in such a small way, I should never have brought it up. But when you decided you were going to be a stand-up, and you called it a return to stand-up, but let's be honest, you were never a stand-up
just
before.
Sort of, not really, no. Did amateur night at Yuck Yucks.
I would say 5 years ago you started.
Yes.
Was that right?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
And I remember you talking about it with me on your show, your previous show. You went down, I was doing, I believe, the Irvine Improv, and you said, could I do a spot?
Yeah.
Johnny came down with you. You went on stage, and I gotta say, I'd never seen a guy go on stage that in command of the audience. You went on, you bounded on stage with complete control of the audience, and I didn't know that you really worked with audiences before that.
Yeah.
Did you? I mean, I know you would go on the street, and that's an audience
more
too.
the audience on the TV show, and you know, the studio audience. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's different.
Yeah.
I mean, I always feel like a studio audience is in on it.
Well,
they're in on it. Like these, you got a studio audience here, a small one. They're in on it.
Yeah.
They're with us. They're not going to heckle us. But you know, you go on you go and do stand-up, and these motherfuckers will tear you apart. You don't get a laugh for 5 minutes. They hate your guts.
Yeah.
When I started writing, you know, I got a job on Roseanne. You know, a great show. And I'd look at the script, I go, well, every fucking joke's gonna bomb. That's what I tell people.
Yeah.
I go, nothing's gonna work, because I was comparing it to stand-up.
Sure.
Whereas if I went up with these jokes in stand-up, I'd have no chance.
Right.
And so that's what I love about stand-up so much. The quality of the material has to be so high. Or if it's not the quality of the material, it's the showmanship, you know, which I think you excel at.
Well,
and I remember when you
very nice of you to say.
When you first started, you were going, oh, let's do crazy shit. Like I get a call from Tempe, and I go, is Tom's there this week? You go, that crazy motherfucker's out on Main Street wearing an aluminum suit and shit, and getting people to march.
For some reason, I thought when I started touring that maybe if I asked my audience to show up and wrap tinfoil around their head before the show, that might help with ticket sales.
Yeah.
It's sort
and
of.
I think I saw on YouTube, because I always follow you, you know?
Yeah.
You know I always follow you.
Yes.
And I think I saw you and a bunch of motherfuckers jumping into a swimming pool in a Holiday Inn.
Right, yeah, in St. Louis. Yeah, no, I've been loving it on the road. Okay, we're going to talk more about life on the road, stand-up comedy with Norm MacDonald, taking your calls. We'll be right back after the break. Stick around. back. We're here in the studio with Norm MacDonald. We're taking your calls, and we have
I'd like to say one thing before we take a call. Mark Cuban, who owns this network, I predicted on Twitter, and it was a long shot prediction, that he would win the championship 3 years ago. He did.
Yep.
And I took my son, we're the biggest fans ever, to Dallas and watched, and he's a great man. And I thought at the time I should have put him on the sports show so I could go and be backstage and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you should
But maybe because I'm on this show.
Maybe you should do a sports show here on this network.
He offered me that.
Yeah, you should do it.
Yeah. But yeah.
Okay, well, we have
maybe just a Dallas Mavericks sports show.
Yeah. We have a surprise call here from Epic Mealtime.
I love Epic Mealtime.
Harley Morenstein and Adam Sand are on the
these guys are
phone.
awesome.
Hey, Harley, how are you, man?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Long time no see, buddy.
Yeah, are you in Los Angeles right now?
No, I'm in Canada.
Okay,
where I belong.
It looks like Canada, actually.
Looks like
a very Canadian basement.
It's what an American would say. I'm in Canada. What fucking city are you in?
From Montreal.
Oh, beautiful city. Goddamn.
So
I was born in Quebec City.
I know.
You know that?
I know all about you, Norm.
Goddamn.
So have
I've
you
read
guys
your
met
Wikipedia
before?
page.
Have you met
Moments
Norm before? Do you guys know each other?
No, but Norm said my name once. I heard him say it on the computer.
I love Epic Mealtime.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Epic
yeah.
Mealtime loves you. You guys should come on Epic Mealtime together or alone, however you want.
No,
but
that'd
either
be
way,
fun.
both of you.
So are you shooting new
I only
episodes?
work with Tom now.
Yeah, we're gonna do a new
like the
comedy.
Smothers Brothers.
Yeah.
I like that. We should do a nice Canadian edition.
Yeah.
So Harley, do you have a question for Norm or anything?
Yeah. Well, I actually thought that I would pass my question along to my buddy Adam over here because he's been dying to ask this question.
Yeah, I've been dying to ask this all night.
All right, go ahead.
He advised me to ask this specific question.
That's not true. I don't even know what he's going to ask.
But yeah, basically, number one, I'm a big fan of the sports show, Norm.
Oh, thanks.
And also the YouTube videos. And I wanted to know the chances of you and Artie getting back together and doing a second Dirty Work.
Oh my God! I wrote a script for it where Artie needs a heart.
Is this a real project that is in the works?
Well, I want to do it, and Artie wants to do it, and Chevy Chase wants to do it, and Chris Farley is dead.
Yeah. Yes. Well, Artie was here recently. We had a great time on the show.
I saw him.
Yeah.
I've watched every one of your shows, Tommy.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. That's.
I read Artie's book. Oh my God, it was punishingly good.
Yeah. Now, when you're friends with Artie, did you know the extent of what was going on? That was.
It wasn't going on when I knew him.
Yeah.
But later I got in trouble because I said, well, I think he should be off the show, Stern, because what I was worried about was he was becoming like a joke. Because Artie's really, really funny. And I was like, you can't be the butt of the joke, you know? And you can't be famous as a substance abuser because then everybody in the country is enabling you. You know what I mean? And I went to the Canyon Club and saw him perform in the midst of his problems, and it's just crazy audiences yelling, Stern Show audiences, you know. They're not built for listening to stand-up comedy.
Yeah. Well, it's great that he's doing good now, though. So this is.
He's doing fantastic. Yeah, he got a real good show there on. I don't know if it's maybe
on DirecTV.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a competition.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is competition?
No, I don't think so. No. I don't think so. I don't think we think of it like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just. Yeah, not at all. No, you can say it. It's on DirecTV. Can I say it, Michelle? Okay.
I love how we're
Yeah,
plugging a fucking guy that's not even here.
Yeah, exactly. I'm plugging someone else's show.
Yeah.
No. Well, anyways, let's take a quick commercial break. We're going to be back with one more block. The hour went by too fast.
Too fast,
man. Too fast. But
You'll
we
have
still
to have me back next season.
Absolutely. We have a little time left. With
When
Norm
is
MacDonald.
next season?
Stick
3
around.
weeks from now?
Yes, absolutely. But it's the first show of the second season right now. Absolutely. We'll be back. back. This has been a lot of fun as always.
It went so fast.
We know it's not over yet. We still
How many times have you interviewed me?
We've done that. Well, on the web show, you used to come up to my house and do the web show many times.
Yeah. Then you did a podcast with Kevin Smith.
Yeah. I wanted, because some of those shows would become just more like a free-form kind of craziness type of thing. Remember the night the mountain was on fire and we were just singing about
there was a mountain on fire.
Yeah.
And you used to send up fucking UFOs and shit.
Yeah, we would launch UFOs. I have often thought about that, thinking that was probably some sort of an FAA illegal act of some sort, launching helium-filled UFOs off of the deck. But what I wanted to ask you, because
those were the days.
Still, this is an interview. At the end of the day, I am interviewing.
Yes,
right?
Yes, sir.
So when you when you got to perform, and I've talked to you about this before, in front of the President of the United States at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, did you get nervous?
I didn't get nervous about the president or any of that shit. What I got nervous about is before we went, and he was showing us all the motherfucking shit, and the podium where you stand is bulletproof.
Okay.
And there's men everywhere with guns and shit. And it made me realize that the presidency, like if I was elected president, the first thing I'd say is, I quit.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to do all my speeches from here in this compound underneath the earth.
Sure.
From now on.
So you feel the security
on
presence.
account of some motherfucker shoot me.
Right.
And these guys aren't shot by, anybody, Listen, if you're willing to lay down your life, like it says in Line of Fire, starring Rene Russo, you catch my drift. That's the only thing that I was afraid of.
We have a clip from this.
From the presidency?
From the White House Correspondents'
It's very inspiring to see President Clinton up here on crutches making a speech. I mean, I thought that was just amazing, it's been difficult for the president. He can't jog now, and he needs help getting around, and he still occasionally suffers great pain, On the upside, you got your medical marijuana, so that's, You must inhale, sir. It's the only way you're going to get better.
I hope I have time to tell this quick story.
Yes,
how much time we got?
We've got a lot of time.
So after you go in a big room and the president comes in, be 200 people in the room, right? And he's going through with his wife. Now he looks like a big fucking stoner, big red face, happy as hell, and you want to meet him. His wife, the most sour looking bitch you ever laid eyes on. So anyways, he's walking, he's talking to every guy, and I'm like, this is fucking weird. I wonder what he's talking to everybody about. I wouldn't know how to do that. Talk to every single person as he moves. And so at the time I had a sandwich and a pickle and everything. So he's walking by me, and Lori Joe, who's here, was with me, and walks by and he shakes my hand. You're kind of in shock meeting someone that famous, and he said to me, I see you're eating a pickle. And he moved on,
right.
And I was like, that's the coolest motherfucker I ever met. And then late at night, I woke up like in the movies, in a cold sweat, and I was like, that fucker just asked me about a pickle.
Yeah. That's basically what he does. He goes around, probably just says the first thing.
He sees something, yeah.
Yeah.
So he'd see you, he'd go, nice shirt, move on to the next guy.
But that's got to be a great feeling to be able to look at that piece of video and see the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, doubled over in laughter because of one of your jokes?
I don't look at it that much, but you can fake it.
Yeah. Yep.
Dan Rather, you can next week you can have a clip of Dan Rather.
Yeah, you do a joke about his smile.
Oh, you saw it, yes. I said, there's Dan Rather with his frozen smile.
Yeah.
He's enjoying the show. And then it cut to him and he had a frozen smile. You watched the whole fucking thing?
Oh yeah, I've watched it a few times.
You research like a motherfucker.
That's widely considered to be the best White House Correspondents' Dinner routine ever.
Oh.
On the internet.
It is?
I think so, yeah.
Well, we put a lot of work into it, that's for sure. Yeah.
Is it fun just speaking to powerful people like that and taking the piss out of them a little bit?
Yeah, I think so, because you can say whatever you want, and sometimes they're doubling over in laughter. I tell you who never doubled over in laughter was that fucking bitch he married. You know her?
Yeah.
Salary Rodham.
Yeah, So you're not a fan, I take it, of the next president of the United States?
I just go by personality.
Sure, okay.
Since unless the guy's going, I'm going to bomb, I'm going to go to war. When I was young, Reagan was around. I don't know if he's a good president or not, but he was funny as hell. I remember the funniest thing I heard Reagan say. He got shot, right? Attempted murder. Tried to kill him.
Yeah.
Got out. I don't know what it was. 3 weeks later, he gets out, and he does a press conference at the very site where he was shot. And one reporter asked, does it make you nervous at all that you're standing in the very spot that you were shot? And Reagan goes, well, I don't do an impression of him, but Reagan goes, well, no, I'm not that nervous, but just to be safe, I didn't wear a new shirt. That was the fucking funniest joke I ever heard of president.
Do you think he would have prepared a line like that? I mean, that just sounds, or was he just that funny?
I think he was like a naturally funny guy, and one of those guys that was an Irish wit. I grew up with Irish and Scottish people, and they had that wit, that quick, bleak kind of gallows humor wit that he had. Yeah.
Well, Norm, I appreciate you coming on the show again today.
Oh, it was fantastic, man. I hope you have me back.
Absolutely.
Now, your third season starts next week.
Next week is the third season. And, no, thank you very much. Always great to have you here supporting
I'd
these
love
shows
to
that
come
I do.
back in 2 months and do the 35th anniversary.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Norm MacDonald, everybody.
Thanks, man.
Thank
Great
you.
to be here.
Good night, everyone. See you next week with Dan Rather. Good night.
Nervous. How the hell could you be nervous? I mean, do you always get nervous?
I get somewhat nervous about things sometimes, sure.
Yeah?
Like everybody, right?
Yeah. But I mean, you've done so much, it doesn't go away?
It hasn't with me. I mean, I don't get... God, now I'm stumbling and...
It's all right, man. I'll open like this. I think I have a weird memory of you that you probably wouldn't remember. I think I was in your hotel room. When you were watching, I showed up at your hotel room when you had just done your first Letterman with Caroline Ray.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that I actually watched you not watch your first Letterman on television. Is that possible? I'm thinking.
No, I would know I would not watch it. That's for sure.
It was like 1989. Is that about right?
Yeah, I think I'm not
88,
good with dates,
89?
but probably about that. Yeah, that's funny because I know Caroline and I remember you. And I remember Caroline. All my memories are so vague.
Right. Well, it was weird because I barely knew Caroline. We were sort of hanging around and, with this group of comics, and I had a car, and she goes, let's go to the hotel. My friend Norm, it just did Letterman tonight. So we go over there, and that was the first time I ever met you, and I don't know how much you even played the States because it was
I didn't know any comedians from the States. That was my problem. Yeah.
Right. And so I go up to this room, I meet you, and you're about to go on Letterman, and I'm standing there with Caroline, and you were on your bed face down with your hands hiding your eyes for the entire time. Does that sound like a real thing?
No, that would be me. I can't. Well, you know how it is when you know how bad you are, and you know what I mean.
Did you know? I know that's how we perceive ourselves. I don't know if it's really true. You did well, right?
Well, we probably know more than another person.
No, we don't.
About ourselves, I don't know.
No, but I mean, how are you not able to watch yourself now?
No, it's pretty hard. Because. I really like comedy. I love comedy, like I guess all comedians do or whatever. But it's always you always think you're better than when you see yourself.
Yeah. In the moment, it feels like you've won,
Right.
and then you watch it and you're like, oh, why am I doing that with my eyebrow?
No, it's fuck. It's like when you hear your fucking voice, especially me.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I sound weird, but then people come up to me and go, "Hey, I can do an impression of you," and guys fucking sounds like a retard. He's like, and I go, "Fuck, man, is that what I sound like?" So, it's funny when you have a weird voice, because a lot of times I don't give a fuck why people laugh. I don't give but I've always been very material dependent in my stand-up.
Mm-hmm.
I got to work like a motherfucker to get laughs. But people go like, "Oh, you can just talk with your weird voice." I'm like, "No, I can't. Maybe you think that and shit." But I remember when I do, because when I first came to LA and I do auditions, and then I would have the best material of the 10 guys.
Yeah.
I would get the most laughs.
Yeah.
But I would never get hired.
Yeah.
And then I realized why. It's because they want the fuckers that can get laughs without material. I can't do that. That's what you need for a sitcom.
Right.
If you're have a sitcom going and a guy has some good jokes, well, you can hire him as the writer.
Yeah.
You want the big fucking guy,
The charismatic guy.
Yeah, with no material at all.
That seems to have an emotional range.
Exactly. When I did my first comedy festival thing, that Montreal thing.
What year was that?
Fuck, I don't know.
Like 87?
Yeah, I don't know dates.
Yeah.
But it was around there. And
how long had you been doing comedy at that point?
6 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it was Canada, so we got a home
so that was like
court thing.
In American years, that's 4 years.
No, I'm saying because the Montreal Comedy Festival was in Canada, we
Right.
had a quota to fill. I would never have gotten on it if I was in the States. But so I got my 5 minutes, just wrote. That's the way I used to do comedy. I'd memorize every fucking word. And so I had it all figured out and shit, right? And so then I go there, I meet Sinbad, right? So I didn't know who Sinbad was. And he goes, he's completely relaxed. I'm all
He's wearing
thinking about
some sort of one-piece outfit.
He did. His hair matched his shirt.
Yeah.
And they were both orange.
Yeah.
So then he said, he was just so relaxed, and he said, "Hey, let's go. I got to get some socks." So we go to this fucking store, right? When we first go into the store, there's no one there. It's a small store. So there's no one there. The lady's in the back.
Yeah.
So the lady takes a minute to come out.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Where's that lady? There's nobody here, And I'm like, "Yeah." And so he comes out, he gets his fucking socks. Nothing happens, right? So then that night at the gala, I do my carefully constructed material.
Yeah.
Sinbad comes out. He goes, "What the fuck is going on?" No, he doesn't swear. He goes, "What's going on with these stores with socks?" I'm like, "Holy shit." And then he's like, "You go in the store and there's no one there." And then people are agreeing with him. I'm like, "What?" It didn't make none of it made any sense, except that he destroyed and I didn't. That's when I realized that I was missing a whole bunch of stuff, because I guess at first you think you're good and stuff like that.
No, you are good, and I think that the fact is, really, if you were to look at it in another way, that if people are able to do an impersonation of you, that means you have a defined style. Whereas, I guarantee you there's not a lot of people that can do Sinbad, though you did just do a pretty good one.
I was trying to do it as unracist as possible. But no, I think I don't know that much stuff, but I think that with stand-ups, a lot of people, it's hard for a person that creates material.
Yeah.
Is usually a kind of a sensitive, shy kind of person, at least in my experience.
Yeah,
of the
with
people
you?
that I've known.
In your experience with yourself?
Oh, yeah, I was always crazy shy and stuff like that. And also very self-conscious of
absolutely.
looking like an idiot.
Yeah.
So I couldn't go on stage and run around and dance. So when I see guys that can do it, like when I see John Cleese, like this brilliant mind, and then he can do
act
crazy
like an idiot.
Yeah, that's amazing. And also, of course, Pryor,
Yeah, I'm the same. It's so weird because I'm the exact same way, and I don't think I've talked to anybody on this show that has that same thing, where I am envious of a lot of comics that people would dismiss, only because it's sort of like, well, how do they not feel like be afraid they're going to look like a dick? Like, like as soon as I've ever done anything physical, if I even think about it for a second, I'm like, I'm an asshole, and they don't laugh.
I know, yeah.
Like just recently, I was on Fallon and somehow did an impulsive.
I saw you. The Dane Cook was very funny.
Never done that.
Yeah,
it came out of nowhere. I didn't second guess it, and it fucking worked. But if I would have said, like, for the 5 minutes I was sitting there, like, I'm going to do this Dane Cook thing.
Maybe it's because you were embodying Dane Cook.
Right. That I actually had the confidence of Dane Cook.
Yeah, right. Maybe that's why, right?
Yeah.
I was always astonished by, and I'm also like you, I'm envious of people that, because I used to be frozen on stage where I still don't take the mic out of the stand.
When you did comedy 6 months and you were at the Montreal, what is it? The Canadian scene is so different, because I talked to Russell Peters recently, and there's this weird work ethic that if you're one of the guys up there, you're going to work, and you're going to work for one guy, but you're going to work.
Yeah, it was a great place to start because, first of all, there's no industry in Canada. There's no movies or television.
Isn't there a little? And I think
there might be now, but when I was doing it, there was none.
Because it seems like
horrible.
If you stay there long enough and you don't leave, that you will be given a television show of some kind for a certain amount of time.
It's awful. They're awful. You know, Canadian, everything about Canada sucks.
Really?
In terms of art.
Entertainment? Yeah.
Like all the entertainers leave, and most of them don't want to go. Most of them are mad because they weren't recognized in Canada, you know. They had to come to the States. But so we didn't have movies or TV to do.
Yeah.
And so we just did stand up, and we thought that's all there was just going, which was fun, like just being stand ups and going around the country doing stand up. And then when I got to LA, I was like, "Holy fuck! Is everybody's handsome?" Like I didn't, because we weren't handsome. We were just
comics weren't supposed to be handsome.
No.
Louis C.K. once said that to me, like furious at some point when Jay Moore first started doing comedy, like right when Jay Moore showed up on the scene. And this is not meant to piss off Jay Moore in any way. You know, Louis was aggravated because he's like, it wasn't for them. He's good looking. You know, I just want to do Letterman before I'm fat and bald.
No, it is very true. Handsome. I used to really have problems with handsome people, like Friends, you know, would bother me so much. I watched Friends and then I said, fuck, these are the funniest, super handsome people ever. I'll give that to them, you know what I mean?
Who are your guys?
It's probably harder if you're so fucking handsome.
Well, yeah, because people expect you to have your shit together. So I think that's the hardest sell for handsome people. It's like, my life is fucked up. It's like, look at you. How is that possible, you fuck? Really, is your life bad? You've got all your hair, asshole. Hard to be a sympathetic character when you're really attractive.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. When you started out, though, who were your guys? Like, who were the guys you hung out with? Are they still around? Do you still keep in touch with them?
In Canada, they're like the guys that were big. You know, most people, Canada's like, it's the same with every fucking goddamn city I go to. Everybody's like, this is the fucking best comedy city and all that horse shit. Yeah. And I remember I'd be on the road, wherever the fuck you were, you know, you'd be in Dallas or something, go, oh man, these are the funniest guys ever. Wait till you, and there was always, I remember.
The one mythic guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go fucking Kenny, that guy, the funniest guy ever, but he's a heroin addict.
Yeah, if he wakes up, he's hilarious.
And then he would shamble in on Saturday night. Say something about AIDS or something. You go, what the fuck? He doesn't seem that funny. I guess he's funny if you know him.
Oh, that's hilarious. The local hero that could never get out.
Exactly.
And then, like, you know, whenever they're past that prime of whatever made them popular in that small scene, then they finally go, I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to go to L.A. and they're these broken men. It's like, no, he used to be the guy.
But he wasn't really the guy. I met Rodney Dangerfield because do you remember the book? I think it was The Last Laugh or something about Lenny.
Yeah.
There was a secondary I wish I could remember his name. Joe something. There was a character.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Ansis. Joe Ansis.
Joe Ansis.
Yeah.
So I read that book. It was like the Bible.
The Lenny Bruce biography by Albert Goldman.
By Goldman.
Lenny, yeah.
And so Ansis was the funny guy.
Right.
That never went on stage.
That's right.
The bbrilliant funny guy.
Right. And they all, you know, I
met him.
You did?
With Dangerfield.
You did.
Dangerfield came and did Saturday Night Live, and Joe Ansis was with him. I was like, fuck, Joe Ansis.
Yeah.
And then I waited about 2 hours for him to say anything funny. And I was like, I don't know, maybe he just fucking got drugs for them or something.
Or maybe it just took longer back then. You know, maybe it wasn't so about laugh efficiency.
Well, yeah. And maybe also he was stuck in that time. Maybe Lenny Bruce, like, if he were right here now, would not be very funny.
But you know, I think Goldman probably exploited that because, like, in my mind, behind every genius, there's some dude going, that fucker stole my shit.
Yes.
You know,
definitely.
and usually there's a reason, well, then why didn't you get on stage? It's like, I don't do that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Then shut up.
And also the authors don't know shit.
Yeah.
Like, you know, every time they do a fucking article, they come to you. I'm sure they've done articles on you, and then you try to tell them like what's the real story, and they still fucking write what they want, like what they had already seen it.
They take it out of context. They frame it the way they want it. Have you had a lot of experience with that?
A little bit, like people. There was a time when I was on Saturday Night Live, everyone hated it. You know,
when you were doing Update.
Yeah, they hated Sandler and Farley.
You mean critics?
Critics, yeah. So it was pretty. Everybody was, oh, it's dead, Saturday Night Dead, and all that shit. And so they came, and the guy had an agenda, obviously, and but he was very unfair. Like Sandler was very, very funny, and nobody's funny. It was funnier than Farley. And then he presented it as if these guys were always doing shtick, and everyone was looking away, embarrassed, and everything like that. And I remember him laughing.
Yeah.
So it was very frustrating.
Did you fucking?
And they made Farley. I never forget. It was on cover of New York Magazine, and they had Farley do a photo shoot where he had a television on his head.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny, but Farley's doing a big, crazy physical thing with this big TV on his head, and then they put it on the cover and they said, "Is comedy dead?"
And how did he respond to that?
He wanted to go beat up the guy, and Lawrence said,
"Oh, really?
You can't beat up people.
You can't beat up the reporter."
Yeah.
But he was really that angry.
He was more angry because they not for him, but because they attacked Sandler. Actually, he was very protective.
Well, that whole crew, you were part of that crew. They seemed tighter than most SNL crews, like Farley, Sandler, Spade, you. Like you guys seem like a real kind of Rat Pack of comedic.
Well, we were
talent.
pretty tight because except for Farley, we were all stand-ups. Mm-hmm. So we kind of we didn't know how the fuck to act or anything. And like before us,
was Chris there too or no?
Chris, Farley?
Rock.
Oh, Rock was there too. Yeah. So
you're all sitting around going, well, I don't know how to do a character.
Yeah, we didn't know anything. So all we knew is how to directly talk into the camera. You know?
Right.
I mean, that's the only good thing we were good at. And but the rest of it was real tough. And so I would plead with people not to put me in sketches, because sometimes I would think of a good idea and write the sketch and knew I could do it, but anyways, the point is, like, before us there was this great cast, and even now there's this great cast of actors,
right,
which probably should be what Saturday Night Live is, not stand-up.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think all acting should probably preclude stand-ups for the most part. But now, they know how to talk to each other, shit like that. Me and Spade and fuck, what we didn't.
I just can't remember. I can't imagine the cynicism approaching a sketch.
Exactly.
With you guys.
No, that's what we'd mostly do. Is we'd spend the first half of the night writing the sketch, and the second half of the night crumpling it up, saying how shit it was. Because this is another thing that I noticed coming from stand-up into, because I was. Never had any desire to be anything other than a stand-up. Everything else would just accidentally happen from the stand-up, But for some reason in Hollywood, they go, I guess because of Bill Cosby or Roseanne Barr or some people who've had success in stand-up, they go, well, he can do other stuff.
Let's build a show around him. He can do anything.
Which is not an experiment.
Give him some children. Throw him in a living room.
Not an experiment that's worked.
Well, was that part of Lauren's thing? Wasn't that the season where he's like, let's use stand-ups? It's sort of like that scene in The Right Stuff where he's like, I want test pilots. I want stand-up comedians. And what was the struggle? Like, how often did you deal with Lauren around that stuff?
Well, the great thing about Lauren is you could do anything you wanted. He would tell you wise things, like wisdom or whatever.
He's like a little Buddha guy, right?
Yeah.
Did it ever make sense, or
not to me?
You'd always walk away going, "What the fuck?"
To other people, it did. Like I remember one time he wanted me. Like this was actually with Weekend Update. They wanted me to do Weekend Update with a lady.
Yeah,
like two of us. Mm-hmm. And I was like, that sounds like shit. I don't want to that sounds like shit. I'm like, if there's a lady and a dude, like, what are we making fun of local news? What the fuck is that? He's like, no. He's like, he had some crazy, he goes like, I think he liked me because I didn't understand what he was talking about all that. And he goes like, you'll be Fred Astaire and she'll be Ginger. You'll give her the sex, a comedy, and she'll give you the sex. And I was like, the dancers? What? I didn't know what he was fucking talking about. Yeah. So anyways, I go, I don't want to fucking do it with a lady. Let Franken do it.
Yeah.
So
Franken was going to do it?
Yeah, it was Frank and me or somebody else. So I didn't care that much about it. So because I could just do stand up. But anyways, what happened was funny. Like Steve Martin walked in because he was hosting.
Yeah.
And Lauren, to embarrass me, went, let's see what Steve thinks about it. And Steve Martin doesn't give a fuck about anything. So, but he goes, Norm wants to with the lady, and what he thinks, and he does this big long spiel, and Steve Martin's completely uninterested.
Been dragged into something you wanted no part of.
But luckily, he fucking just said out of the blue, he goes, oh, fuck. He goes, I did this award show with some broad, and they paired me up with her, and she fucked everything up. Like, I guess they stuck him with something. Yeah. So then Lauren goes, oh, there's some support from an unexpected place.
And that's how you got the solo update?
Yeah, Steve Martin, because he was such a hero to Lauren.
You had a bad experience with an award show, and you get to run the solo on the update?
Yeah, it was awesome.
That's a fucking good moment.
But I would have been in big trouble with a lady. But then later they did it with a lady and a dude. Because he kept saying, oh, remember, because I know Saturday Night Live, you know, like all of us, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, remember Jane and Dan? And I was like, that was shit. Like, I remember Jane, you ignorant slut.
Right.
But I also remember all the rest of the fucking shit. Like, he had a hat on and pretended to be from the... Like, they played characters.
Yeah.
And I was not interested in that because Dennis kind of changed it to Dennis Miller
where you do jokes.
Where you do jokes. And you're not doing a parody of a fucking...
What was the reaction to you when you first took Update? Because I remember, and it was, you definitely made it your own because you're one of those guys, as you're sort of establishing here, that you can only do what you do.
Yeah, I can't do... Well, I can't... the big problem, I guess, with me with Update is I'm not politically aware of at all. So I was like, well, I can't be political.
Right.
You know, I don't know how to do it.
But it was interesting though, because your update and the way you do comedy, it rides that line of like, you're almost like the thing that makes it so cutting and shocking is it's so fucking plainly said that this is what bullshit is.
Nice.
No, but it's a good thing.
Yeah, well, it was my plan. I mean,
to cut through the bullshit.
Yeah, I thought, because I don't like cleverness that much. Like, I always was, again...
What's an example of that?
Like sexual innuendo, rather than sexual, like, you know what I mean? I don't like that my mother can giggle at some joke on Will and Grace, and then I can say to her, no, you know what that means, right? He's talking about fucking the other guy in the ass, and then she's like, oh, no! I'm like, it's the same fucking thing. Why can't you just fucking...
Why can't they just say he's going to fuck him in the ass?
Yeah.
And you get the same laugh?
Isn't it something cowardly about, like, cloaking it or something? Like, I don't know psychological shit, but it must be some level of dissociating yourself slightly from what you actually mean.
From the truth. Like, like innuendo protects you from seeing the reality and enables you to laugh at it.
Yeah. But why need... Good God, in these days, why would you need innuendo? Like,
yeah, no.
To me, I'm shocked that anyone thinks you could be shocked by anything.
I find that now the only thing that's shocking is when someone tells the fucking truth. And then people are like, what just happened?
Right.
That guy can't come back.
Like an update, I was always saying, I always thought, I said the perfect joke would be if the punchline and the setup were almost identical.
Yeah.
And then I was saying, can we ever get a joke like that? That would be the coolest. And then we actually did get one joke that was pretty close to that. Not perfect, but it was Lyle Lovett and Julie Roberts are getting a divorce. And, you know, people close to the couple say the reason is because he's Lyle Lovett and she's Julie Roberts. So it was pretty close. You know, the setup and the punchline were pretty close to each other. I was happy with that one.
That was the grail?
Yeah, that was the grail. I don't know if we've completely got it. But.
When that YouTube thing that was going around, I think it was, were you at where was that where you did the old jokes at the roast?
Oh, yeah, it was a roast, yeah.
What was your agenda behind that? I mean, what were you thinking? Because it got very popular, and everyone thought it was so fucking. You know, it was like it was like genius.
It wasn't genius.
No, it wasn't that it wasn't genius. But I just want to know why you did it.
Well, the real reason it was because it was a roast for Bob Saget,
right?
Who's a friend of mine.
Yeah,
and I guess I don't like roasts.
Yeah.
I mean, I shouldn't say that. I guess I admire. I don't really admire.
It's a certain style.
It's a certain style. I've come to accept things.
Yeah.
But Saget said, "Can you come and roast me?" And Saget's like a really nice guy. And I said, "Fuck, no, I don't know, man." He goes, "Come on, I don't know why he kept pushing it."
Yeah.
So I'm like, it was the night before, and so this guy Sandy Gallen, who produces these roasts and stuff.
Yeah.
Or Joel Gallen.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know his name. I only did one, and that was all I could take.
Yeah, it's tough. And so I said, I don't know how to do this stuff. He goes, just be shocking. And so luckily when he said shocking, I thought, oh, well, if I do the opposite, you know, it's like I've heard people go, I got it. I go, well, what the fuck is to get?
Yeah.
Like it's a grade 3 arithmetic.
Yeah,
it's not a simple. It's not a.
So your choice was just to be like, I'm going to do these old beautiful jokes.
Yes,
just
and
to
they were
counteract all the bullshit of the roast.
There was jokes that my dad had when I was a kid. My dad. When I was starting comedy, he gave me a book. It was very touching. He gave me a book that he had of jokes you say to people at their retirement parties.
Oh, really?
To help me with my stand-up.
Yeah,
so it was very touching. It was close to...
Like one of those 101 jokes kind of thing?
Yeah. So that's where I got the jokes. And a lot of them were like so antiquated. Like they were like, there was one where I said to Gilbert Gottfried, like, you remind me of a typewriter because your head is under wood or your neck is under wood or something. It was just so silly.
And they were all hilarious. Everyone was laughing their ass off.
No, they weren't. When you're standing up there, first of all, you can't, you know how when you're on stage, you can't see the whole audience. You can just see those.
Well, where did you do it? Because when I did it, there must have been 2,000 fucking people. In this Hilton ballroom. It was horrendous.
Yeah, it takes forever.
Yeah.
But because of the, you know, all I could see was the angry eyes of Alan Thicke at the first table. Just like being angry. It was kind of shocking to me because I was like, what was weird about that? Is that people fucking literally thought I was crazy afterwards.
Yeah.
Like I was like, I understand if you didn't like it, I might not even like it. I don't know if I would even like that kind of shit. You know, I could go, that's self-indulgent bullshit. But to actually fucking think I'm like serious, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
like that. Well, people love to do that. I mean, did you watch the Charlie Sheen one?
Yes.
And
I tell you what, sorry.
Well, what do you like? I mean, because like a lot of people were saying that was just there's no line whatsoever, and that, you know, it is something other than just being funny, and that it's gotten, you know, kind of just brutal and painful to watch.
Right. Well, yeah, like, cause, you know, when we get interviewed as comics, like, people always go like, is there any line? And we go, no, but there's lines. Of course, there's fucking lines, you know. Yeah. You're a human being, well, hopefully. But I remember they were talking about William Shatner roast. Artie told me this, that William Shatner's fucking wife had just drowned in a pool 3 months earlier, and they had to get all the comics together and go, look, no jokes about his wife drowning. And they were all like, fuck.
Yeah, what are we going to do now?
And I was like, what, did it even occur to you to fucking do that joke?
The guy's still wearing a black ribbon and his clothing is torn.
I love Patrice on that, though. Because I love Patrice.
Yeah, he's great.
And he did it. I never saw a guy that did the roast so good. Because he didn't do all that.
Well, I mean, that line is interesting because it's really a personal line. I mean, when you're a comic, you know when you've crossed the line. I mean, that's really the line. Is like, what can you get away with?
Well, I guess the line's up to you as to whether you want to. When I was on SNL, you start to read an update. You start to read newspaper articles and forget that they're people. You know,
right.
And I had a hellish thing with this private citizen. I never did a joke again about a private citizen after that. But someone had been hit on the Brooklyn Bridge, and the story was funny because their liver was over here and then their spinal column was over here. It was all spread across the bridge.
Right. What was the joke?
The joke was he's recuperating in the hospital and he's fine, you know, but it was so absurd because he'd been spread by. Anyways, then I get a phone call and I go, oh, fuck, that was a real person's
friend or father.
Just phoned me and I'm like, I don't know. You know, their fucking husband got torn apart on the Brooklyn Bridge, and then they turned on the TV. I'm like, hey, hey, what's going on?
They turn on the TV to get their mind off of things.
I know. So you know, you understand after a while, and even with politicians, like they're still human beings. And,
barely, but they're the worst kind of fucking people in the world.
That's
all of them. I'm
glad to hear you say that because. Everybody thinks you're all leftist and everything.
Well, I mean, you know, I definitely land on the lefty side of things on, you know, ideological terms, but I found that from doing political talk radio, just, you know, being, you know, carrying water for any of them, you just got to realize the quality of people you're dealing with. You're dealing with fucking corporate whores who are operated by business interests. So, you know, really it's going to come down to, you know, however you view politics, the question is, do you give a shit about poor people? And and are we being taken advantage of?
Right.
Now, if people want to frame that as, Obama's a communist and draining us of our livelihood, well, that's your particular delusion, and that's fine. I mean,
right.
but I just got disillusioned with all of it because these are not quality people. I mean, I did a joke about Michelle Bachmann on Real Time.
I saw that.
Yeah, and I was getting flack from this, a very small portion of the right, that they were like, he's a misogynist. I'm like, she's a fucking pig. She's a fucking politician. Can you name me 2 politicians that command any respect whatsoever? Why do we respect these people? These people are car salesmen. They're idiots. They're more disingenuous than anybody as performers, and they basically figured out a way to bait and placate morons into voting against their self-interest. That's an amazing skill, but is it respectable? I don't know. Do you respect a guy that sells you horse shit in the guise of a health supplement?
I agree with you. I mean, I think politicians are terrible. People attack evangelists, but at least evangelists offer something.
Right. Well, they after the immediate relief of someone's pain and aggravation with another line of bullshit. But nonetheless, I mean, they're pretty evil too.
Well,
I mean, with politics, it's like. Yeah, I don't like to get into it that much anymore.
Yeah, let's not get into this shit, man.
Okay, buddy.
Because it's getting. I can see people not laughing now.
No, I mean, but laughter. But I know that you've gotten into a little bit of flack around it. But you're
flack around what?
Around politics.
What do you mean?
Well, just say you've said things that people have reacted to, but you're not like a political comic.
I'm not political. I've only said things on purpose to provoke people.
Right.
Once in a while.
You like doing that though.
Once in a while.
Yeah.
But I've never. But I've never. Because I don't know enough. And because I don't respect political humor when it's nothing but gossip.
Yeah, and mostly comics and people like us, people who are obviously First Amendment warriors to a certain degree. We like living the way we want to live. So it's really just going to come down to money. It's like, how do I keep my money? I mean, that's the biggest political question that most righties ask themselves. It's like, I'd like to keep as much of my money as possible. And if that's in a minority opinion, how do we get this majority of poor people to get me to keep my money and believe that they're doing the right thing?
Yeah, it's a tough fucking thing because apparently I read this, if all the money in the world was equally divided among everybody would be dead fucking poor.
Yeah. There's these moments where I don't talk about as much as I used to, but then there's moments where you're like, there's a moment that I was on a fucking radio show the other day. And this was an interesting thing because it's about professionalism. I don't do political talk radio. I've got my political views and they're fairly general. I'm not trying to support any politician, but I have the way I think about things. But there are politicians that represent the opposite of what I think. So I'm on this talk show with a guy, it's a Fox affiliate, but I'm there to plug my comedy and talk about my podcast and be funny with this dude who's a talk show host. He's a radio professional. He runs an entertainment show for the most part, but he's been dying to talk to Rand Paul about the bridge situation because I'm in Louisville, Kentucky. He's the fucking senator.
Right.
They got bridges falling down, and he's been trying to get this guy on the show. And the guy he calls in when I'm there. So now I've got, if I was doing political talk radio, I mean, it would have been what the fuck are you thinking? You and your libertarian bullshit, and how are we going to pay for this? I would have jumped in and done that. But there was this moment where it's I'd just done a segment with this radio professional. He was like, God, it's great to talk to a guy who knows how to be on radio. We're having a good time. Hold on, the senator's on the phone. I got to sit there and go, oh, do I do this? Would it be worth it to sabotage this for some lefty, credibility? Yeah, and then I realized, dude, he's a radio guy, you're a comedian, you're having a good conversation, he's trying to talk to this guy about a local problem, just shut the fuck up and let him do his job, and then when you come back, get back to what you were talking about. And I chose to do that. But I did walk out saying, you pussy. You had such an opportunity there.
I was on Politically Incorrect a couple of times, and fuck, man, you have to have an opinion about every goddamn thing on that show. So,
or you can just do a little homework and write some jokes.
But sometimes I remember at the break, Scott Carter go, enough with the jokes. But I'll never forget it. I'm very unlearned, and so before the show, Scott came in, who was the
producer. Yeah, he's been on the show. Yeah.
So he said, "What do you think about China and Taiwan?"
And seriously, I only know those as words, you know. So I was like, I don't know anything. Like, can't I have another subject? So, anyways, then we get out because he goes because Bill believes this. I mean, anyways, when we get out, we're introducing the guy beside me. The smart guy, right? Mm-hmm. He wrote a book on China and Taiwan.
Right.
So fucking Bill Maher, he starts with me. He goes like, what was it, China and Taiwan? I go, I don't know. Fucking ask this guy. What do I know? I'm a nightclub comic. What? Like, that's what made me laugh with that show. Everyone's opinion's equal.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like a nightclub comic and an expert. And then another thing I always found funny about that show is the comedians try to be very serious, and then the serious guys are trying to get jokes.
Yeah.
So it's like,
it's not always our shining moment.
I do like Bill though.
No, Bill's great at what he does.
Yeah.
Like he started out a straight up joke dude, and he knows his shit. And it's pretty amazing.
You know what's funny about him? I don't know if I should say this or not, but I mean he's probably aware of it. When he does his monologue, you notice when he does his monologue, he does Johnny Carson.
No, definitely. He definitely models himself. I think that's been his style for a long time. He definitely takes the posture.
But I find it very funny because he's got the posture and the timing and everything. And he's like, and then she came in his face. But it's like crazy words come out.
Carson would have loved to have done that.
Yeah, he probably would have.
So when you grew up, I mean, what was the story in terms of, you say your dad gave you a joke book, but were you got along with your folks and everything?
Oh yeah. When I was very young, I was very, very, very shy and very afraid of everything. I mean, people say they're shy when they're kids, but I was like, it was a pathology.
Aren't you still afraid of everything? I am. I mean, I try to hide it and deal with it, but on a day-to-day basis, No,
I'm not afraid of everything. I'm afraid of very few things.
Like what?
Illness, death.
Yeah. How'd you get peace of mind out of the other shit?
Well, when I was this is a weird thing that happened to me when I was young.
Yeah.
I don't know if this means anything.
Let's try it.
I remember it, but it was a moment I had that was it wasn't religious or epinaphic or anything, but it transformed me to some degree. Is that I was fucking so afraid of everything, and if I went to a store, I'd have to walk around forever before I could even face a person in the store to buy a pack of gum. I don't know why the fuck I was like this.
Yeah.
But anyways, when I was 9. There was we lived in rural Ontario, and there was a blind friend of my dad's that I had to, he said, take him to the store. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I have to take this blind fucker? And I'm already shy and shit. So I'm taking him to the store, and then the fucker wants me to explain everything, describe everything to him.
Yeah.
So I'm like, there's some grass over here, and now there's a lamppost, and this guy's all happy. Oh, what about the lamppost? I mean, it's just a lamppost.
Yeah.
So it goes on and on, but something happened to me it sounds bizarre, but something happened to me where I was actually, instead of always looking inward, which I think I'd always done before that one time, I was looking outward. Anyways, while I was talking to him, I suddenly had a sort of a hysteria. Like, I was laughing. I started laughing and stuff. And I don't even know why I'm remembering this, but I started laughing about everything. And everything seemed like very, very funny to me. And then a couple of weeks later, I saw a homeless guy, and he was talking about, he started talking to me.
Yeah.
And he was talking to me about John D. Rockefeller. He's like, I was at John D. Rockefeller's funeral.
Yeah.
And all this shit.
Yeah.
And I was laughing at him and shit. And then he started laughing. And I was like, it's all fucking crazy shit. Like, something came to me.
Yeah.
Where I started, and so now I find everything funny except, like, fucking real serious. Like, I have no fear of going on stage or anything, but death and shit.
Right.
And so, but the other thing but the problem with laughing is I will get, it will build to a hysteria sometimes that I have to crank a couple of benzos to prevent a panic attack.
Really?
Yeah, I can get
You
panic
can laugh
attacks.
yourself into an anxiety attack?
Absolutely, yeah. I start laughing and then it gets out of control, like hysterical. It's and I still have extreme sensitivity to things. Like I can not to life things, but to like literature or art or something like that. I have incredible sensitivity. I kind of have to stay away from it.
Like, what's an example? Like a painting or a...
Yeah, fucking paintings. Like, I don't know anything about art, nothing at all.
Really?
But I have had fucking experiences that have been so hard on me. Like one time I was in New York and somebody dragged me to a fucking art museum, which I hate art.
Yeah.
And I was looking at this picture of this girl, and I was like falling in love with her. She was so fucking beautiful, this fucking girl in this fucking picture.
Yeah.
And then a guide was telling me the fucking thing was written, drawn in the 16th century. Obviously, this lady was dead, long dead.
Yeah.
And here I am fucking in love with her.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, fuck it. I was like so hard on me for so many days. So I try not to. It sounds crazy, right?
Not really.
But I can be very.
It sounds like that's a very good painting.
It was an incredible painting. But like it would make me cry. I didn't cry at my dad's funeral though. Like real life stuff seems so prosaic to me that it never really touches me much.
So you have a sensitivity towards. Well, I mean that's what art's supposed to do on some level.
I guess for people like me that can't access feelings or something, it gets me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get that with I can get that with television commercials sometimes if I'm not protecting myself.
Oh, you mean like where they really could manipulate?
Well, yeah,
you?
Well, you jerk me around, but like I remember there was.
I can be manipulated without and know I'm being manipulated.
Yeah, like some movies, I'll just let it go.
Yeah, I know.
But like if my girlfriend's afraid of something or needs some help, I'm like, I don't know what to. This is crazy. I mean, maybe you should call a friend. I can't.
Maybe it's because we live in fantasy lives or something.
I guess. I remember a kid when I was in grade school, we read Old Yeller. And the dog gets, then they got to put the dog down, right?
That's a motherfucker.
Yeah, and this kid, Jeff, was just like, sobbing uncontrollably as he read out loud. And they had to take him to the nurse because he couldn't pull it together.
Oh, my God.
So that's...
they call it Stendhal syndrome.
So is there a name for it?
Well, there was this guy, Augustine Stendhal or something, some 16th century guy, but he had an art museum that was so beautiful. I don't know if it's anecdotal, but he was an art museum where people would come in and have nervous breakdowns from the beauty of the art.
But that can go either way with you. It can be laughter or sadness.
Yeah, it's mostly laughter. The sadness doesn't throw me into anxiety. The laughter.
What's the feeling though? Like at a joke, or you're with friends or something, and you can't get it out of your head how funny it is, and then you get anxious because you can't stop laughing.
I guess it's that. Like I laugh a lot. Like
that's fucking great as a comic.
Yeah,
I
tell you, I've never trusted people that don't laugh. Like I've worked on shows and shit sitcoms and stuff like that where the motherfucker doesn't laugh.
Yeah,
he's the head writer.
Yeah,
I'm like, you're not laughing at nothing.
Yeah,
and I don't
know. It's all math to him.
Yeah, it's math. It's like haiku or some shit. And like but the best guys I've met are the guys that are able to laugh and fucking
So what with the so when you grew up, what'd your folks do?
Well, my dad, we were like real poor and stuff, but later my dad became like a teacher, so we had a little bit of money. But
yeah.
We lived like on a rural,
with animals?
Farm. It was a dead farm.
Yeah.
It was my father's farm, but that by this point it had become dead. But it was interesting because everyone was old where I lived, except me and my brothers. So I was with old men all the time.
Yeah.
But I liked them a lot.
Yeah.
I really liked them.
Do you still like old people?
Love them. I love super old people because it's like it helps you with perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like there's a thing. Like I love country songs and shit, but there's this myth about the old guy that never forgot about the girl and he's drinking and shit. That's not true. Like when you meet old people, you know what I mean? You go, hey, you were heartbroken? They go, what? You know, they don't care.
I don't even remember her.
Yeah, it's all like comedy to them. They go, yeah, there was.
Yeah, I shit this morning. Everything's good.
Exactly right. They have incredible perspective. And then I was thinking, if you could only get that perspective instantly, just pretend you're a fucking old man and forget it instantly.
Well, it's so funny that so many young people dismiss old people as burdens, or like no one dies in the house anymore. Everybody's put out to pasture somewhere.
Yeah.
And like I have to fight sometimes when I see really old people. I immediately I get this visceral kind of like, oh God, are they okay?
That they might die.
That they might die, or that like like I'm gonna be that. Like if I'm lucky, I get to be the guy that might make it across the street. That's a big payoff, and like it fucking throws my mortality in my head.
I understand that.
Yeah, but
I don't like what I mean. I'm not saying I like infirm people or being at deathbeds.
No, right? No, I know what you mean. But like if you when you talk to old people that they've lived through things, they have a perspective and a wisdom from actually living life.
Yeah.
And like you don't learn a lot from an old agoraphobic. Where it's like
I remember what's his name? Rodney Dangerfield said a great thing. to me that I mean, he came to do a Saturday Night Live.
Remind me to show you this picture I have of him.
Of Rodney?
Yeah.
And I'd never met Rodney.
Yeah.
So he came to do Saturday. Well, there's two things that are very funny. One is when we were booking Rodney, like Lauren said, "Oh, Rodney's going to be in town. Put him on Update." He'd always do that.
Yeah.
We'd have to somehow force this person on Update, and we wouldn't know what to do.
But you had respect for him?
Oh, I loved Rodney. Yeah, I loved Rodney. So Jim Downey, who was a great writer and a Harvard, a true intellectual, and so.
Yeah.
And he, so he's like, "How are we going to do Rodney?" And then so he had an idea where I would go, "Rodney, you've been in the business now 50 years, and how's it going?" He goes, "I got no respect at all." They do a couple of jokes. I go, "I can't believe that. What about certainly your children have respect for you?" He goes, "I don't respect." "Well, what about your bartender?" You know what I mean? And he'd say, "My bartender, guy was said double. He brought out a guy who looked like me." I go, "I can't believe this. Your own bartender?"
Yeah.
So that was my. We pitch it to Rodney. Daddy pitches it to Rodney over the phone, and Rodney goes, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He goes, "Let me talk to Norm, So then he gets on with me. He goes, "Who is this fucking guy?" He goes, "Doesn't he know my whole thing is no respect? This fucking cocksucker thinks I, So then I told Downey, he said, "Yeah, like Rodney just thinks of a writer as a guy you paid $5 to in the back."
Right.
But anyways, Rodney came to the show, and we have dress rehearsal and then the show. So he's like, "Why do we have to fucking do dress rehearsal?" He goes, "I can't do Rodney."
Yeah.
Why do we have to do dress rehearsal? I know my fucking jokes. I just go. I go. I don't know, Rodney. Like I don't. You just have to do it. And he goes, fuck, it's shit. He goes. I tell you, kid. He goes, it's all waiting. He goes, fuck it. He goes, He goes, movies are shit. All you do is fucking sit in a trailer and wait. He goes, fucking TV is shit. He goes, it's all shit. He goes, always remember this. And he looks me in the eye, right? He goes, stand up, man. Stand up's the only thing.
Yeah.
Then there's like a 2-minute pause. He goes, stand up's fucking shit. So I'm just alone in a room with him. So I shake his hand.
He's negated the entire world.
Oh, the funniest thing was Josh. Josh was with us.
Yeah.
Was an intern at Saturday Night Live. So I guess I have a bit of cruelty sometimes in me. But Josh would always tell this joke to me, and I get him to tell this joke to everybody because I thought it was funny.
Yeah. And
he'd say, Josh, this is how he talks. He's right here. But, he would go, there's two gay guys, and one of the gay guys goes to the other gay guy, "I have a new game for you, hide and seek. I'll hide, you try to find me, and if you find me, you get to fuck my ass. I'll be behind the couch." So was this retarded joke and shit. So I'd make him tell everyone.
Yeah.
So then do you remember I made you tell Rodney?
Yeah.
So it was the greatest moment. Fucking Rodney were stuck in this real narrow hallways of SNL. Rodney, is standing there all curmudgeonly.
And he's twitching, moving around,
exactly.
kind of rocking.
It's like, you got to hear this joke. And so then Josh stumbles through the joke, and at the end, Rodney looks at him and he goes, "I tell you, kid, I'm not much for jokes." I love it. Again, most of our jokes in the history of ever.
Well, yeah, I remember the weird thing about Rodney. I never really met him, but I was.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
How'd you not meet him?
Well, I mean, because I wasn't an established comic, really, and I worked the door at the store, and he came on once. Yeah. And I used to see him around a bit, but what broke my heart was this weird. They did this roast of him, or a tribute at the Aspen Comedy Festival.
Yeah.
And then the dudes that they got on, it was Paul Rodriguez, I think Saget was there, and there were 3 or 4 other guys. And I had this weird moment where I realized that he was sort of a marginal character within his own generation of comics.
Right.
He was so depressed and miserable.
Truly, apparently.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I just had this moment where I realized, oh my God, he's like a lone wolf. He's got, his peers aren't even, they couldn't get anyone else to fly in and show some fucking
love. I never thought of
love.
that. Right. Like the older guys.
Right. We're the dudes of his generation. Then you start to realize you never see him on the roast or anything, that he must have been this lone fucking wolf out there just with his own misery.
Yeah.
And that thing Carl LeBeau said was, that's the best thing I ever heard was, I had LeBeau in here. And Rodney, took a liking to Kennison, and
Sure.
LeBeau was,
Sure.
Sam's best friend. And I remember Rodney used to call Kennison this is before he was on medication, because I think the last decade of his life he was medicated, and I think he had some peace. But apparently he Kennison had been up for 2 days and was doing the Kennison thing and just sitting there, and Rodney walked in and said, "Oh, look at little Nero."
Yeah, Rodney
He's fucking
He just
sharp,
seen it
dude.
all. He just seen it all. I remember, like, I'm always amazed at guys. It's not, I don't know if it's admirable or not, but, cause I quit drugs when I was 10 or some fucking thing. I got scared immediately. You know, this guy.
10? What drug did you do that made
I'm exaggerating, but
Yeah.
when I was very, very young, I got very frightened very
Yeah.
quickly. And, but I'm always like, with those old guys, I go, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Yeah.
Like, how many, you went through all those, coke, where you think you're going to die and shit,
Yeah.
and you're still doing it?
Yeah.
Like, it was always amazing.
With him, yeah, he had a hell of a constitution to put himself
fuck.
through that.
I remember Saget told me one time, fucking remember when he had a heart attack and a brain fucking aneurysm at the same time or something. He was in the hospital.
Yeah.
And he just left, you know.
Pulled the thing out.
Yeah,
and
he just
fuck it.
fucking went to the comedy club. So Saget said he walked in. This was 2 days earlier. He had been in this major operation, and he said he saw Rodney with two like hookers, you know, and Rodney was waiting for Ron Jeremy to show up. This was 2 days after the.
And he's
so
like
then-
70.
And he's 70. So then Saget said to him, he said, Rodney, he goes, how are you doing? And he said, Rodney said to him, how am I doing? He goes, I'm with two whores. I'm waiting for a guy who can suck his own dick. How you doing?
What a fucking classic, man.
I know, man. That guy.
One of a fucking kind.
Like when I think of, like, because everybody else, you know, asks you who the best comics are and everything,
Yeah.
and of course your mind always goes to Pryor and those guys. But you always forget about Rodney.
Well, yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I was reading the My Favorite Jokes section of the Parade magazine. It used to come in the Sunday supplement, and they used to have this last page. It was just comedians' jokes. And I remember reading his, and I still remember, you know, some of those jokes. What was it, like the one that I never, for some reason sticks out in my mind? He's like, I get no respect. I woke up this morning, I got out of bed, I put my hand on the bathroom door, the knob fell off. I picked up, I put on the faucet handle fell off. I got to tell you, I was afraid to go to the bathroom. I mean, you know where it's going to go, but reading that stuff and realizing that people actually wrote those jokes, and like, for a guy like that does
I think
jokes.
he wrote them, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that like I think that he had people that would give him jokes. What a vessel.
It's like, you know, when these guys get famous, then every joke is attributed. Like Groucho Marx, I'm sure fucking.
Yeah, that happens all the time, though. Did you have that feeling?
Or
like,
Yogi Berra, like every retarded thing everyone ever says, they just say it was Yogi Berra.
Well, there used to be something that bothered me about this idea that even there's a blind side to even very intelligent people when they watch, Stewart or Bill Maher or anybody on TV, Dennis Miller. They're like, it's amazing all his jokes. How does he write all his jokes? It's like he doesn't.
Of course not.
There was some part of me when the writer's strike hit where I'm like, I felt like now they're going to know. The cat's out of the bag.
Right.
Who's going to write their own jokes now? I don't know what
that would be interesting to just have the guys write their own stuff.
Well, I think a lot of them can, and I don't begrudge anyone to have writers, because I think when you get to a level, like, I mean, you obviously, when you did Update, people wrote jokes for you, but if you're a guy that's got that defined a voice, I mean, it's a gift, and if people can actually write for you, then it's like a beautiful thing.
It's pretty kind of easy to write for some. Like, I noticed in sitcoms, which I have no fucking idea. I don't even like them, but I worked on them.
Well, you were on one. Well, you did one for 3 seasons, right? You had to run. What was it called again?
Norm Show.
So it went down with your name on it.
Yeah, that's the bad thing. But no, I didn't know anything. I didn't know what I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Well,
The only thing I said is, well, Seinfeld has a sitcom. I think I can act as good as Jerry Seinfeld.
That's how you got it?
And he had the biggest sitcom in the world.
Yeah.
And I go, because I never thought, I mean, I can't act, but I surrounded myself with actors, and it was okay. But man, when I started writing sitcoms, because when you come from stand-up, where the fucking joke has to be good, I wrote on Roseanne, and I remember I'd look at the script, I go, holy fucking, whole thing's gonna bomb. Yeah. Everybody's gonna be booing.
The jokes were so bad.
The jokes were so shit. Because, a stand-up, it's so fucking hard to get a joke together. Yeah. And they're going, nah, it'll work. And then, of course, it works because they lather up the audience.
And they love those characters.
And they love the characters.
Yeah.
And that's also the thing about people that can create a sitcom. They create characters and everything like that.
Yeah.
Then you can go on and write. It's very easy to write characters that are already
I think sitcoms are all about the relationships between the characters. People gravitate towards the emotional dynamic of an ensemble, and it's got nothing to do with jokes.
They don't got no jokes. Like you watch The Honeymooners, they got no jokes at all.
No, you just love those
couple
people.
of fat jokes, but other than that.
You just want to see Art Carney and Jackie Gleason. Yeah.
But I remember on my show, I go, can't we think up some fucking situations? Like, it's supposed to be a situation comedy.
Yeah.
And the situation
situation you're coming up with is I'm dating a girl. That's the funny situation. Because I said I remember fucking reading, like, you could read a thing of the honeymooners and fucking be smiling. You go, Ralph thinks he's a millionaire. You go, fuck, this is gonna be funny. But then it's like on Friends, it's like, Jennifer thinks she might have feelings for Matt. That's what the fuck is funny about that.
Yeah. So okay, so what happened to the sports show? Did that hit you pretty hard?
No.
I'm sorry. I tried to structure a question in a sensitive way.
It didn't hit me hard.
It didn't? No.
What? Because I never expect success. I mean,
you don't?
No, never. No.
Just, but you can always go back to stand up. And
that's my luck.
But you were out of that. Did you stop for a while doing stand up?
No, I always did it. I mean, I did less of it, but I would always, because especially when you're doing shit that you don't like, it's good to go on the road and
because you have complete control of that thing.
Yeah, and you can be funny.
Yeah.
And
it's all on your terms, and you live or die by what.
Because it is a very odd experience to be being not funny in front of a crowd that is laughing hard at your fucking not funny shit. Which is sitcoms.
You feel that.
Holy fuck, man. It's like you're in a fucking nightmare. You're like, what is going on here? Like, that wasn't funny. And they just wait till you stop talking. Yeah. And then they laugh. Because they're participants, these fucking audiences.
Yeah, they're doing their part.
They're doing their part, right. And that's what I loved about Saturday Night Live, is things could bomb. Like, really, only Saturday Night Live and the early Letterman, you could see people fucking bomb.
Oh yeah, no laughs.
And there's no other place on TV. Every other place, every joke works.
It's an amazing moment. Even when you watch old Dick Cavett shows, and that was a popular show, and if you watch him now, the audience almost does nothing.
Yeah,
he'll get a joke off, and he's like, nothing. And you're like, oh my God. Right. Because people didn't have the same expectations that they do now. These fucking people who run who run TV made it like this.
Right.
That, there's something about, you can be funny without there being a ridiculous moronic joke every fucking 30 seconds. People can accept people just being people for a minute.
Sure.
There's that horrible feeling.
I wish talk shows would, maybe you can do it or something, but the, Carson, you'd never see the audience.
No, you never see the audience?
Now
and he listened to
now
people?
The audiences.
They're out touching the audience.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the first thing that I noticed about Jay, and I've never done a show, and I got no beef with him. I just don't watch the show. But all of a sudden, he's out there touching people, and I'm like, what's he doing?
It's bizarre.
Wait, is this a zoo?
It's funny because Letterman and Leno do that, and really the guy who...
Letterman doesn't touch him.
Well, but I mean, they're there. They're like, he's... You know what I mean?
That's a theater. It feels like a real thing.
It is, but it's not completely separate like on late night.
Right.
Where
they're up in a little pen,
exactly.
On the old Conan show.
Exactly.
Where's the audience? They're up there in the pen, 6 feet up, and they're just sitting back there in a box.
And just talking about it now, I think probably the guy who changed it and did it the best was fucking Arsenio. He was the real guy that could.
I guarantee you that's the only time this is being said in this country right now.
No, but Leno was like so uncomfortable slapping people's hands.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. This guy was the genius at doing the monologue I don't even remember jokes. I think he'd just do topics.
Yeah, he would just talk.
He was not say anything.
He was not about saving a moment.
But the audience, the audience in that show was so so part of the show,
So now, what happened with the sports show?
Oh, I don't know. It was just it was on Comedy Central, and
I watched it. It was funny, and I'm not a sports guy.
Yeah, it was all right.
But you're funny.
It was that's nice, Mark.
Yeah.
It was because I think it was. I don't know. I don't really give a fuck, but it was.
You really don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck about it too much.
Okay.
But it's funny because people think I should. Like when I got fired from, I still get asked about SNL. Thanks for not asking me about it. I don't know why now. I just brought it up. But when I got fired from SNL, people still ask me, like, fuck, don't you hate that guy? I go, fucking what? No, he didn't think I was funny. I get it. I understand.
And also, there's so much politics involved in that bullshit. I got actually a weird question, and I don't know if you can answer it for me, but I'm obsessed with it, and I discuss it with people that have been on SNL, but you come into it specifically. Before you got fired, there was a point there where you were negotiating, and you might not go back to the show, correct?
No.
There wasn't ever a point where you were sort of like, not deciding whether or not you were going to renew your contract?
No, me? No.
Oh.
Why?
Well, no, because they brought me in. I met with Lauren. I did the whole, I jumped.
What?
Yeah, I jumped through all the hoops.
Really, I was the.
You were the guy, but what I understood later, I didn't get it obviously, and it went nowhere.
You would have been good. You would have been good.
Right, but someone came up to me, a fucking writer, who I don't remember his name, but he had written. He was he was on the beat back then. I can't remember his name. But after I went through all that, he came up to me and said, "Yeah, they were just trying to pressure Norm." Oh
no, that's not true.
Oh, good.
Because I told Lauren at one point I'd do it forever. I said, "What if I was like Walter Cronkite? I won't ask for much money. I'll just I'll do it till I'm 65." And he's like, "What?"
Yeah.
But no, that couldn't have been it. But it could have been. It was probably they were getting ready to get rid of me because they always pretended it was Don Ohlmeyer. But I don't think that's true.
You just think it was in-house?
I think it was everybody. Because it was a particular thing where we had a lot of autonomy on Update.
Well, and they tried to tie it to OJ and everything else.
Yeah, they did that, but I don't believe it.
And what do you think? Well, so you just think it was a business decision?
I think it was that we had a lot of autonomy on Update, which didn't make the other people feel very happy.
It was like the news division.
It was like
in
that.
network.
Yeah,
don't touch my news division.
Right. Yeah. It was like that. And we had Jim Downey. It was me and Jim was very. Lauren was a little like rightfully respective of Jim and kind of let Jim on his own. So anyways, I think the whole show is tired of me not taking marching orders.
Oh, really?
I think so. Like Lauren hints at things. Like he would go like, I don't know if you really, because I do Michael Jackson jokes or something, because I don't really know if you want Michael Jackson you want a lawsuit by Michael Jackson.
Oh, he's suggesting passive.
And then I go, that's cool. I like a retard. I'm just answering his question. I go, that'd be fucking cool. Michael Jackson suing me and I'm in court with him and shit. And he's like, well, I would never get his stuff till later. And then I go, oh yeah, that's a.
So he would say basically in a slightly passive aggressive way, maybe you shouldn't do that.
He would, and I'm such a retard that passive aggression does not work on me. I need aggression.
What's that an innuendo thing you have a problem with? Can't you just say don't do that?
I seriously, I keep missing it.
Yeah.
And I wish the guy would just go, don't do it, and then I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? But he says, he suggests things, and I go, okay, fuck it.
That's hilarious. So are you working on something now?
I mostly do stand up. I mean, there's always like
you're not hosting the poker thing anymore?
Retarded thing. Oh, the poker. No, I do. I don't know. Poker's illegal now, so I'm not sure.
It's illegal?
They shut down all the sites, so
how you doing with that thing?
the
gambling thing.
Ah, fuck, man.
Yeah.
Gambling is I don't know, I kind of I went broke like a few times when I actually had lots of money.
Gambling.
3 times.
Gambling.
With gambling, yeah. And I mean broke, dead broke.
So would you call yourself a degenerate gambler?
Well, I don't. Degenerate as a empathetic
negative
connotation, yeah. But certainly compulsive.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it was. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I do know this: when I would go broke, because they say gamblers want to lose and stuff, which always seemed odd to me. But I will say the 3 times that I went broke for a lot of money, I had a very freeing feeling. I would go to the coffee shop and have a coffee and have nothing. And a lot of me is trying to get the fuck as ascetic as I can in my life.
Oh, really? So it was a Zen thing? This was like you would recommend, if you wrote a book on Zen, it would be like, go out, make a bunch of stupid bets, lose everything, and enjoy.
Zen and the art of being a retard. But I not because it would bring me peace of mind or anything, but because I bought a house for the first time ever.
Yeah.
And it was like I was walling myself into a fucking mausoleum or something. All of a sudden I'm like,
when you had money.
Fuck. Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
I don't want a bunch of stuff to have to fucking, mostly because I'm lazy, I guess. I don't want to have a fucking footstool because then I have to clean it. I don't know.
Right.
I like to have
I
as
feel the
little
same
as
way.
possible.
Well, it's exhausting because
It
there's
is.
no end to you become tethered to it and you worry about it.
Yeah.
You got a house. It's like, who's going to fix that light?
Right.
Do I got to call a guy? Do I got to hire a guy to call the guy?
And I'm sure you know, and I know guys, because we're not rich, but we know rich guys.
Yeah.
That have fucking massive houses and shit, and you go, fuck, it seems like a nightmare.
Well, then you know what I realized? I just realized it 2 days ago. I got a 2-bedroom house here, and if you notice when you went to pee, that second bedroom just got a bed and my girlfriend shit in it all over the floor. And the fact that there's nothing in there every day, it's like a curse. I walk by that room and I'm like, I don't know what to do with that room. Like, I'm worried. I think that my entire house, I found a little termite damage that looked like 50 years old. I'm like, is there even wood underneath this stucco, or is there just sort of like brittle? I don't know what's. Anyways,
do you rent?
No, I own this fucking this place.
I think if you rent, you can move. I think that's
of course,
great
of course.
thing
But
about renting.
I bought a house. Like I bought this thing.
Everybody told me to buy.
Right, I bought it. It was built in 1924, and you're like, but that's nice, is it? I don't know. Like the floor is not insulated. It's a fucking oven in there when it's hot, and when it's cold, I feel like I'm living in a refrigerator. I just had a rat die under my house for 3 days, but that's the kind of person I am. Like the rat's sitting under there dead. I know there's a dead thing under there, but I don't want to fucking crawl under there and get this dead thing. So I'm like, I'll ride it out. How long could it take for it to completely decompose? I can live in this shitty smell. And then eventually I call my gardener and I'm like, do you know a guy? They say, oh, I'll do it. And I'm like, oh my God. And, for $50, he climbs under there. He pulls his fucking rat out. And I'm like, it takes 60. I don't know. Like, I'm a sport. Here's $10 more for taking 20 minutes to do something I'm too much of a pussy to do. But what I realized 2 days ago was that if you're making $20 million a year, to pay a guy $100,000 to watch your cars is nothing. To pay a guy $60,000 a year to cook every fucking meal for you and spoon feed it, which they'll do for $60,000, is meaningless. So I think it's really about that. It's like, but I don't have a mind that works like that. I want to be I want to do it all myself. I'll hire a Mexican guy to go into my house.
Sure.
But I'll feel bad about it. I give him some water. But if you have enough money to not give a shit and just pay people to wipe your ass for you, that you've earned it. I guess that's your big payoff. But for you, I don't know that you could live with that.
No, I that wouldn't be fun for me.
What was the biggest bet you ever made?
Oh God Almighty. I don't know. One time, the most I lost in one night, because 3 times I've lost everything that I've ever had.
How do you do that? I mean, not immorally, but I mean, like, how do you
physically do it?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, you make one more. Like, what is the process of that? What's the evolution?
It's funny because it's the only time I ever went to a psychiatrist, he said, like, I was like, because it was for gambling. I was like, how the fuck do I get out of this? And he's like, oh, you gamble to avoid life, and I'm like, but my thing was, well, isn't that why you do everything in life, is to fucking avoid it? You know what I mean? Like,
it's too painful.
Yeah. Like, why do you? So I said, but it's painful to think about, but because now it would be nice to have the money, but you just lose it by it's just like any escape, I guess. Because I was never a drug or alcohol guy, but like when I watch a game and I have a bunch of money on it, then I can understand what's going on. Nothing's ambivalent or anything about it, And
there's stakes.
There's stakes. You know exactly the rules.
Yeah.
You're completely involved and you're completely escaped from your life.
Yeah.
Of the real. Yeah. The real fear. I'd rather fear losing money on a football game than ruminate all fucking night about my upcoming
show,
illness, and
yeah,
death.
Oh, that, yeah.
No, not my show.
No,
my biggest problem is ruminating about death. If I could get over that somehow.
And you do that regularly?
I read fucking books about it and shit. Have you read that Becker book?
Denial of Death.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's my favorite book in the world.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I have both. I have all his books. I'm getting his newsletter, and he's dead.
He's dead.
The Becker Foundation.
It's helped me a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that the whole idea of that is the transference thing, that to feel part of something bigger than yourself to define your life, and you can do with that what you want. I mean, it's better if it's God than gambling. I think in some.
God is the best.
Yeah.
So I mean, I that's what I'm trying to get to is God.
Well, let's get to God piecemeal. So, like, you still haven't walked me through losing everything.
Well, how you do it? Physically?
Yeah, because you've got a house, you had a lot of money saved up, and then like so you make one bet, and then you realize you're about to lose everything. Do you make phone calls to people saying like I just need a little more? I mean.
Well, you kind of at the end of it, it's happening. I guess it's like I've never had substance abuse problems, but I guess it's like people that know they're going to hit bottom, and kind of want it.
Yeah.
Because it does it's exhausting.
Yeah.
To be obsessed with something.
Right.
So you are, I guess, trying to do it, trying to finish it off.
Right.
Finally. Because if you have $450,000 in the bank, whatever the fuck it was, and then you lose $400,000, you go, fuck it, I don't want to fucking have 50,000.
Right.
To remind me that I don't want money to remind me that I have more money.
So that's how you do it.
So that's how you do it. Yeah.
And you did that 3 times.
3 times in my life. Yeah.
And how long have you been off it?
I've been off it like probably 5 years or so.
Yeah, and you're trying to get some spirituality in your life? I'm
trying to, because the only real joy I get, other than I love watching comedy, but anything deeper than that is I read a lot of literature and stuff. I'm not educated, like I never had any schooling, and I don't read nonfiction much, but I read lots of literature. And
like who?
Tolstoy.
Oh yeah.
Faulkner. But the faith keeps coming up, and I'm like, these motherfuckers are smart.
Yeah.
I mean, like I was always like, Pryor's this fucking most deep, profound guy I ever fucking heard, from my limited perspective. Then all of a sudden I'm reading books, I'm like, holy fuck, this guy knows everything. Like I was reading Tolstoy, I was like, fuck, one word, one sentence, this guy. And so, but then I was like, why are all these guys, it all comes down to faith. It seems to every fucking great novel I read, it seems like faith is the only salvation.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know how to get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I don't know how to just suddenly believe
or surrender.
I don't know how to do that. I'm too stupid or proud or pretend I'm smart or whatever.
Or afraid.
Probably afraid. Yeah. It's a surrender. It's hard.
It's like this equation that your brain has to do where you realize that you have very little control over anything. That moment where you realize, like, just about all of it is out of my control.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 things you can do in that moment, which is either I'm fucked or it's okay. And how you support it's okay is with some kind of faith.
I guess, yeah. I because I've come to it a long time ago that I have no control over anything, but I've been struggling with faith. I'll just throw myself into religion sometimes, but the problems with that is then you get into churches and stuff, and then you get into men and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And then you go, oh, it's very easy to fall into the trap of going like, religion's bad. I mean, God's bad because this fucking priest fucked a kid, which is retarded. You know what I mean? Why does that make God bad? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
It just means the people that represent him are questionable.
So so then if you go into any church, obviously it's led by fallible men, and you can't believe in them. So you got to kind of come to it yourself somehow. But I don't have the answer of how you do that or anything.
Where are you at with it now?
I don't know. The only thing I've ever explored is Christianity.
And that kind
of... I liked it.
Yeah.
But it's just extremely hard to keep believing. It's really fucking hard.
Yeah.
Because it's the hardest thing to believe, and I think I'm not deep enough.
I don't know if that's true. I think that, just by nature of the fact that you're a comedian, and that part of the way you understand things is by cutting through bullshit, with jokes. I mean, especially you. I mean, you cut through bullshit. I mean, you call bullshit on just about anything, very concisely and in a very funny way, that when you're sitting here trying to sort of like you stay in a place of faith into the sort of the Jesus thing and and whatever you're choosing to hang that faith on, there's going to be part of you that thinks like, That's just bullshit.
There is, yeah. Especially when it's specific like that.
Yeah.
But then I don't want to be a fucking idiot that goes like, you know, sometimes you meet people, they're like, I'm spiritual. You're like, what?
Yeah.
They're like, I have my own thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, you work at Burger King? You figured out a fucking whole thing by yourself?
Yeah, well, they've got their own thing that enables them to work at Burger King without hanging themselves. That's a pretty powerful guy.
I don't want to... I'm not going to, certainly, if I'm not going to accept Christianity, I'm not going to accept some fucking 17-year-old girl's fucking idea.
Well, maybe you should just get a job at Burger King. Maybe the humility of that will shed a little light. It's like, because it's exactly the same feeling I think you probably had when you had to deal with the blind guy. That, you know, there's something, you know, outside of you. There's bigger struggles that are had by many people, and they seem to survive.
I've actually thought about working with blind people because I look back on that time, and it was the first time you really look outside yourself. It's pretty incredible, the things that you observe. Even as a writer or anything, I think it would be incredibly important.
Well, I think that's important for like a spiritual thing too, is to not think about yourself first.
Yeah, I think most spiritual people, I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people go, that's the way to find it, is to look inside yourself. But I think you're right. I think it's not. It's to look outside.
It's to try to get past your ego.
Yeah.
To get that thing hammered down to almost nothing, to where you actually think about the better of somebody else over yourself.
Yeah.
And that's
Holy
very...
fuck, I would never be able to do that.
Right. Well, that's very contrary to, like, there's this other whole movement now, the positive thinking people.
Oh, yeah.
All you got to do is throw that switch, man. Everything's okay. Hey, don't be negative. I fucking can't deal with that shit.
But you can see in acting or in comedy that works.
I know.
Like the person that goes, hey man, I'm cool, everything's gonna be good, and it is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like, it's horrendous. But is it really? I mean, just because you're denying your flaws and, you know, everything else, I mean, you can sort of fake it till you make it, or there's a lot of slogans, act as if, whatever it is, but still, it's like, you know, they say that eventually this will just kick in earnest. Yeah, until one day you're like, it's not kicking in, and this is fucked up, and you guys misled me, and fuck all of you.
Right.
The truth is, it's dark and horrible, and we die alone. Fuck you guys.
The what is it called?
Act as if.
Act as if. I guess I understand what that would mean. Yeah.
Sure.
But act as if. Yeah. But all these books and all these things. You know, the bowel cancer hasn't read the book.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They don't read anything. They're fucking cancers.
No.
Yeah, I whenever someone, like, when people start talking about organs, I fucking check out. No, I mean, I can handle a lot of dark shit. You know, I can fill my head with stuff. But when people start saying, like, I had kidney failure, I'm like, oh, God.
Oh, no.
Nothing.
Yeah. That's why those fucking, the scariest movies always to me were the Cronenberg movies, because there's always the inside shit,
I
biological.
was thinking about The Fly recently. Yeah. Or that moment where it's like when he's climbing up the wall and he's like, pretty weird, huh?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, God.
No,
and then when he breaks apart and there's a giant fly inside of him. Can we turn this around somehow to end this thing?
It's like my act when I do my act.
Yeah.
I never think of a fucking ending.
Yeah.
Like
just trickle off.
Just fucking.
Me too.
Just unravel.
I guess this is. We
terrible.
good? You done?
It's terrible.
You guys feel okay with what happened here?
Every week I go, why didn't I think of something?
Do you do that thing where you look, it's like, okay, I've done an hour and 15, and I don't know that, you know, how it's structured really matters. I'm done.
That's what I'm like. And then I know people are kind of silent. They're like, where's the big
What's the matter
ending?
with him? Well, I'm glad you're doing okay, man. I really.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm glad you are, man. This is awesome. This is so.
Sorry it's so hot.
It's so cool. It is hot. But it's cool you got this thing that's your own, and you don't have to listen to.
Yeah, no one can really tell me what to do except Bad Mark.
I talked to Bob Costas, you know, and he does. You're not a sports fan, but
I like him. He's all right.
He's great, but he does baseball. These fucking baseball guys know everything. And it was after I got fired and shit. And he said, "Oh fuck," he goes, "I know how it is." He goes, "I got people in my ear, these producers telling me." I'm like, you do? Like, he calls baseball games. Even he's got fucking guys like, they say this, you know.
Really?
Yeah, he says people are saying in his ears, and he's like, it's always nonsense shit, you know.
Yeah.
So it's nice that you have a place where a guy doesn't go, hey, ask him this.
No, I'm very grateful that it's working out, and I love doing it. But I do have a guy within me that says, like, oh, the other shoe's going to drop, dude.
Oh, well,
you're
that's
fuck
of course.
up. Yeah.
But something is going to happen.
Thanks,
That's
Norm.
the bad part.
All right, let's leave it there.
Okay. Love you, buddy.
Love you too, man. Oh my God, what a great conversation. Completely surprised. You guys, Norm MacDonald, sweet, thoughtful, reflective. I had no idea. I loved that conversation. I really did. Oh man, that was fun. Great guy. Anyways, that's our show. I am Mark Maron. Why am I doing that now? I already do that at the beginning. Hey, look, go to WTFpod.com. Please get on the mailing list. If you want to kick in a donation, we got shirts. You know, if you do the $10 a month thing, you get a shirt, you get some stickers, you get my unconditional love. If you do the $250, one-time donation, you'll get 3 CDs, a couple of shirts, some stickers, my double unconditional love. But you can also just go to WTFpod.com. We got new videos. You got links to the YouTube page that we got now. You can see the entire episode catalog. You can get the app.
Yeah, this is the Adam Carolla Show. Adam's guest today, Norm MacDonald. And now, a guy who doesn't drive, being interviewed by a guy who just spent $4.4 million on a Porsche. Adam Carolla.
Yeah, get it on. Got to get it on. No choice but to get on mandate. Get it on. Porsche. By the way, I've been corrected by snobs in the past. Norm MacDonald
Porsche
in studio.
Rossi.
Yeah, good to see you, my friend.
You too, pal. Yeah, how the fuck do you get $4 million? Where's that going? How the fuck do you get that?
You got to blow a lot of dudes. No, here's how you get it. You sell a whole bunch of your other cars that you bought over the course of the last decade.
Right.
So that you can raise the money for the one car. So it's like sell 5 or 6 cars to raise some of the money for the one car.
So is this like, you love this car?
I did a documentary about Paul Newman racing, and this is the car he drove at Le Mans. So, which is a big deal.
Did you meet Paul Newman?
No.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, sad, right?
He invited me to, because I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah.
And that was my charity, right? And so I won $500,000. And
Hole in the Wall gang?
Hole in the Wall gang.
Yeah.
But I didn't tell them. So they just got a check for
$500,000.
$500,000.
Should have got $1 million.
So then, yeah.
I want to get into that.
So then they keep sending me they want more money. Like they think
it's like an alumni association.
They think I'm a guy with $500,000 every fucking year. So I'm like, no, I don't have $500,000.
Yeah, this Norm MacDonald, he must be some sort of shipping magnate or something.
Exactly.
I've never heard of him, but he evidently has very deep pockets and loves homeless children, so we should just keep hitting him up for money.
That's exactly it. He was going to meet me, so he's my hero, kind of. I love every
Newman's
movie.
your hero?
Well, I love all his movies, and I love how he's conducted his life.
Oh, boy, do I have a documentary for you.
Really?
Yeah.
The one you made?
Yeah, it's all about his racing life.
Oh, that's awesome, because, I love that. I don't know how old he was, but he was 40 or something. He was, when he started racing.
Yeah, late 40s.
Became one of the best
4-time
amateur
national
drivers.
champion.
Amazing.
I got 2 of his championship cars 100 feet from here.
And he's by all evidence, he was monogamous with Joanne Woodward. He wasn't a player when he was the most handsome guy ever. You know what I mean?
You know what's weird? I just thought about Norm. I think you might appreciate this conceptually. We appreciate 2 dudes. We appreciate the guy who's been faithful to his wife for 47 years and never looked the other way with all the trappings of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And we then thus also worship at the altar of the guy who fucked everything that wasn't nailed down. Like, boy, that guy was serious cocksman. I mean, boy, he fucked everyone. We don't, but when someone goes, he fucked like 8 chicks over the course of 40 years, we go, I don't know about him.
Well, it's like if a guy,
it's feast or famine in the fucking department.
It's like if a
one
guy,
chick or 180.
If a guy gets divorced twice, he's kind of a loser. But if he gets divorced 9 times, he's a character.
Oh, ladies' man. Yeah, hide the daughters when he comes into town.
I met Mickey Rooney.
Mm-hmm.
So, he was the biggest star in the world, and he was married.
Norm's eating, by the way, for anyone wants to know what's going on.
So he was married to, I don't know, but it was like Ava Gardner, like 7 beautiful women, the biggest women, most beautiful women in Hollywood. So in his head, he still thought he could get these women,
it works on chicks. It doesn't work on dudes. What I'm saying
you mean
is
like B. Arthur or something?
Yeah, like if I found out that Lorenzo Lamas Jr. was banging B. Arthur 10 years ago, I wouldn't go, well, fuck, give me a piece of that shit. I'd go, he's got a mental condition.
No,
but
true.
women, when they find out that Sophia Loren is sucking off this fat producer, then they go, oh, must be good enough for me. You see how it works?
I did see Sophia Loren suck off a fat producer.
Oh, yeah.
Is that true?
How do you think we know her name?
My Lord God.
I don't know for sure.
But you're allowed on this show to just slander
we can say
anybody.
what we want. Well, no, I'm not. Look, she's a dear friend. Sophie's a dear friend.
God.
No, I don't know her background. All I can say for sure is this, that it works this way with women. If there's one dude who beds a Kardashian and a Paris Hilton, he'll then get to, and a Lindsay Lohan, he'll get to mow through other Hollywood hot chicks.
Like David Spade is that guy.
Yeah, David Spade is that guy.
And I would say he's more, because Warren Beatty was always the gold standard, but Spade doesn't have the looks of Warren Beatty.
He's the aw shucks rapist.
Rapist?
Well, I don't know why you brought up rapist.
My Lord.
No, what
God.
I'm saying is Spade has quietly mowed through the entire bevy of blondes in this town, but he does it in a sort of unassuming way.
Yeah, Spade is an interesting character because he's outside of Hollywood. He makes fun of it, and yet he's deeply inside of Hollywood.
Balls deep, a lot.
Yeah,
many would argue.
No, but he'll be on red carpets, and I went out with him one time. He's like, "Let's go to a bar." We go to a fucking bar, and then people let us in, which is horrible. Like past everybody.
Right.
We go, let those guys in.
Yeah, there goes Spade and his bodyguards. His haggard bodyguard.
He's haggard, is right. So I've never seen a picture of George Harrison not haggard.
He's somewhere, he's be-haggard. He's like beleaguered and haggard. Like he's haggard with a beleaguered
Be-haggard?
Yeah. How about the fact that George Harrison, hold on, we got to get back to this.
Yeah.
How about the fact that he just got done beating cancer and a mad person broke into his estate and stabbed him repeatedly?
I forgot about that. Jesus Christ, that's bad luck.
Did anyone think that maybe hanging with the Dalai Lama isn't what it's cracked up to be, like in terms of karma?
How do you get into those? Like, remember that guy was going to jump over and rape Steven Spielberg, and
right? Duct tape his mouth. I don't know why you're so fixated on rape. But continue. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just playing off you, baby. All right?
It seems easier. It is that kind of thing where it's like, what happened? Well, George Clooney was in Toronto shooting for 3 weeks, and a woman moved into his house. It's like. It seems a little casual considering there's walls and security cameras and alarm systems, but
Letterman would come home and there'd be a lady that thought he was his wife.
Waiting in bed. Yeah.
and
then he only fucked her twice.
Oh, my Lord. I have a stalker. Get this. My stalker. 60,
oh, you have a stalker?
Yeah.
Well, hold on a second.
68-year-old lady.
I want to plug, and I want to get back.
All right. I'll eat an almond.
Eat an almond.
Eat a almond.
Eat a almond. Based on a true story, a memoir. It's Norm's book. It's available now on Amazon. You can bookmark it at adamkroll.com and put a little wind in the sails of the pirate ship. And I see nominated for Pulitzer Prize. Is that for this book?
For the book, yeah.
Wow. Good on you, man.
Yeah, man.
God bless you.
I tried to write a good book.
The book was really good. It was interesting.
Wait, you read it?
Yeah. And
really?
I don't even know how to read.
That's great.
I went home last night and I read it and it started off with a very interesting statement, which is, this is based on true events, but if you really try to dissect what a true event is, it's only as you remember it anyway. And if you hang around with Kimmel long enough and you did enough episodes of The Man Show and you drank enough beer, he'll have a different version of almost every story that I'm locked off on, and
when
vice
you're
versa.
in the story and you know it's false, but the other guy, He goes, you caught a big fish. You go, I've never fished in my life. He's convinced you caught a fucking big fish in his stupid head.
So the story is whimsical, but there's many parts of it that are based in truth growing up where you did in Canada on a farm and things like that. But very funny, a very good read.
Oh, thanks.
So, and nominated for Pulitzer Prize. So how bad can it be?
No, it's not bad.
All right, so you and David Spade
that you like it.
are walking into a bar.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was saying that?
Yeah.
So we go into the bar, so it's packed with people, you know, and I don't like a lot of people now. And then you get a little fucking plastic drink, and you drink it, and then Spade goes, let's get out of here. And I'm like, what? And I don't even want to be there, and, you know, you're an inch from somebody's face, and so then we go to another bar. He does the exact same thing.
Right.
Let's get out of here. So he just goes places and exits.
But I think there's a power. I think there's a certain power in leaving.
Yeah, I guess there is.
Yeah.
But with women, he plays the long game. Like he's always texting them. You know, he doesn't bed them the night he meets them.
Mm-mm.
Like a year later.
Right.
But he's got so many on
he
his.
fucks them in the bathroom. Yeah, but not on a bed. Never on a bed.
Wait, no.
I hear what you're saying. I'm reading between the lines.
I can't talk about Dave. Now it's going to sound like I'm
stall.
saying that about David.
No. What he does is he quietly, like, here's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. If you had a list of the famous coxmen of the town with the Warren Beatty's of the world and the Wilt Chamberlains and stuff like that, somewhere in the 13th spot would be David Spade.
Absolutely.
And everyone would go, how do you get on this list? A cute little blonde guy?
I'd
What
put
are you
him
talking about?
way farther up than that. Way farther up. I'd put him maybe number one.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In terms of sheer numbers.
Quietly goes about his business.
Yes, he does. And
until we start talking about it.
I know we shouldn't. But he's very self-deprecating about it. But he also, you know, he knows everything that a young girl knows. Like that beautiful 20-year-old. He can talk to them about keeping up with the Kardashians and you know, whatever the hell.
Right.
And then, you know, if I try to talk to a young girl, I go, you ever watch Matlock? You know, it wouldn't work. But he has the same exact interest that they do.
Yeah.
So it really works, you know.
Yeah, my problem is I'm too technical. I like cars and building.
Oh, yeah.
So it's always trouble. Like, it's always, well, Newman's, he ran in the Trans Am series, but it was really a 300ZX with a turbo and a V6 on it. So it wasn't, yes, it was the Trans Am series, but it was not a Pontiac Trans Am, and I can see her
and the girl's
stabbing
still
herself. No, she's attempting to kill herself by falling on her mascara pen.
Oh, God. Stabbing yourself is a certain type of suicide.
Yeah, it is.
I know a person that did it, and Charles Rocket did it.
Well, hold on a second. We talking about Artie Lang?
Oh, I forgot about Artie Lang.
Yeah.
No, a friend of mine, when I started in Canada, he killed himself. Much like Charles Rocket, he went outside and stabbed himself naked. And Charles Rocket did that in the snow. It's a very
Who's Charles Rocket?
He was the update host that got fired for saying "fuck" on the air.
What year was that?
You don't remember that?
Evidently no, because I'm asking who he was.
Yeah,
but
yeah. No,
before you?
Yeah, he was pretty famous. Like, they were trying to make him a Chevy Chase.
And Dennis, before Dennis,
yeah.
What?
Before Dennis. He was
what
with, like,
year are we talking about?
Oh, God, the cast was like Denny Dillon and I think Gilbert Gottfried. And
80, 81, and then his death was in 05.
He stabbed himself.
Yeah. What does it say about his death?
He slit his own throat. Just discovered in a field near his
Christ,
home.
he slit his own throat.
Jesus Christ.
So, yeah, there's something, you know, you would think if you took yourself out, you'd want to do it like you'd think of the easiest way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not the most painful.
Well, for me, it's a 1-2 punch. Like, for me, it's I don't want to experience pain, and I'm lazy.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want to hike to the top of a suspension bridge, you know what I mean, or something like that.
So what would you do then?
I got to go
pills
and booze. I'd probably consult Dr. Drew.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't want to, here's what I'm looking for, Drew. I don't want to go all Terry Schiavo.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You don't want to fail, yeah.
I don't want to spend the next 20 years with a load in my pants hooked up to a respirator.
Jesus Christ. There was a guy that was on Seinfeld. Somebody will look this up, I'm sure. But there's an audio of him phoning 911. He tried to kill himself. He shot himself in the head, and he lived. And he phones 911, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm here. I was going to get my foot amputated tomorrow because he had
Diabetes?
Diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
So he says, I decided to kill myself, but I'm alive, and I shit my pants.
He worked that into the. So I guess it's a nice courtesy heads up to the ambulance guys, right?
Well, the cops come.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a 20-minute. They stay on the line.
Daniel von Bargen,
who played
George's boss.
George's boss for the Seinfeldian.
You know a lot about this stuff.
Well,
Norm.
it was just a thing. But he and then he later died. But but anyways, yeah. And then the cops come and they're going in. They're going, "Oh, where's the gun? Where's the gun?" He's like, "Oh, it's over there."
Yeah,
I'm no threat. No.
So Norm, I was watching you and Regis.
Regis
wasn't it?
Oh, the millionaire thing.
Yeah, and I've had this happen on a much smaller scale where you've done the stupid thing. For me, it was like Jeff Foxworthy. I was trying to be smarter than a zygote. And you give your answer, and they go, "Are you sure?" And you go, why? And they go, because, and then, it's a celebrity thing, so they may be helping you out because once you lock it in, it's final, and you go, oh, well, hold on. Maybe it's Cape Horn? Is it Cape Horn that I'm talking about? Maybe it's not the Marianas Trench. And then you go, okay, if you're sure. And you go, well, I was, but now I'm not. Regis, God, he fucking gaslit you.
No, he didn't. What happened was I thought he knew the answers. Or I thought, even if he doesn't know the answers, he's real smart. But it turns out he doesn't know any of he doesn't know anything.
No.
So, but what happened was during the break.
But this is for the $1 million.
Yeah, I know. But right before the $1 million question, Regis said, we got to take some time off because Notre Dame's playing. That's his team.
Mm-hmm.
And so he wanted to watch it, and I had all this money on it. So he's like, how much money do you have on it? So I told him, he's like, what? So he's like, are you just, because I had guessed.
How much money did he have on it?
I had money on it. He was a
How
fan.
much did you have on it?
A lot.
How much do you think? Ballpark.
So he was worried. What?
Ballpark.
I don't know, 50.
50,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was pretty, into it, and
you wanted to know.
I wanted to know. So then when he and I had just guessed on an answer for 500,000.
Mm-hmm.
It was a question about. Here was the question: who wrote "O Calcutta" with John Lennon?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know anything about musicals. There was 4 answers. One of them was Beckett.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, "Oh, Calcutta," it sounds like a depressing, fucking bleak thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anything I ever heard about Calcutta, right?
Sure.
But just shit in the street.
Right.
Like human shit.
Human shit, yeah.
So I say, well, Beckett used to write about human shit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I guessed. So he knew I guessed.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it fast, like final answer, because I didn't want him to stop.
Right.
And so then we go on the break, and he realizes I'm a compulsive gambler. So then when we get back, he wants to protect me.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he was trying to do. And actually, if I had answered the $1 million, it would have been better for the show because they have an insurance policy that if someone wins the $1 million, the insurance company pays.
Right.
So the $500,000 is the worst thing that could happen to them.
Right, because it's the maximum amount they have to pay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting. Yeah, what people don't realize is if you want to do some sort of contest, like you put the piece of plywood in front of the